Greetings and salutations, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome to the Season 2 finale of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I am very glad to have you all here. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. If there's crying, people in chat are wondering if there's going to be crying. There might be. There are moments that are happening tonight. This is not the normal thing. Normally, I do not show up to say hi before the episode starts, but this is a pre-recorded episode because Regina, Little Red Dot, Regina's not, but Little Red Dot is at the wedding of her brother right about now, I believe. So she could not make it, but she did not want to miss the season finale, and I don't know what we would have done without her. So we pre-recorded on Wednesday and had a good time, and I am here as your host for this pre-recorded version to take you through it. So let's see. There are things to ponder. First off, thank you for being here. You can support us in a lot of different ways. I don't think I said this in the recorded version. I think I forgot to say it because there was so much. So I will say, if you want to support us, one of the best things you can do is just be here and watch. Besides being here and watch, which I appreciate whether or not you are live or on VOD, you can also retweet that we are live to let more people know about this episode. That's always welcome and helpful. You can give tips or bits, and I will be back at the end of the first half to read out any donation messages. I will also be back at the end of the break to do our giveaway, because we have a giveaway. And I will also be here at the very end of the episode to ask you what the title of the episode should be, read off any tips or bits that came in then, and take us into credits. So your job, if you wish to accept it, is to think of a title for this episode. And my goodness. Yeah, things happen. Also, we started real late, so we're like this. We are working really hard for you, and we missed you. We all missed you. We all missed chat being there. I missed you all because I was muted for 20 minutes, and you didn't tell me, so I had to spend last night splicing an audio from the Zoom call into the video. It worked out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's good. So besides tips and bits, we also have a Patreon, and that Patreon helps pay for the art. Right now, I'm in a brand new overlay, and that overlay was done by Frithiel, who's our amazing graphic designer, and I will be paying him for all, because he's doing 6 new overlays for us for this season, and also next season he made a 5-player overlay for us, 2 5-player overlays. He's going to be making 2 2-player overlays, and then these GM-only overlays as well. So, and of course, he's done all of our promos for this entire season. He's been doing really well. And so all of your Patreon support helps pay for the cast, helps pay for our amazing graphic designer. And of course, Lizard Eats Flies made the amazing theme song for us. And so all of that is helpful. Also, if you like, we have a Discord. I should go back and I should say the Patreon also has stuff on it. I post not as often as I could, but I try to post every month or every other month an after action report of what's been going on. And I actually just did a big, huge one for the fall semester total because it was pretty heavy. But that was up there with the radio. I'll be playing some radio stuff during the break, which is all about the show itself. So I made it up, and that was previewed over on the Patreon post, which is open to everyone, to the public. We have a campaign website, which is not finished, and it's too embarrassing for it to let anybody see. But I gave the Patreons a link to the webpage so they can see it early if they like, when it's still embarrassing and I don't want anyone to see it. But I was like, you know what, Patreons, I will let you see it early. But it should be going live for everyone right before season 3 starts. So there's a lot of stuff there. You can check out what's been happening. So that's everything we've got. I think... I think that's everything. I think we're going to go right into it. There's a lot to do, and I hope you... I will be in chat, so you can ask me questions. Krellin says that you're patrons, not Patreons. I suppose that's true, but you know what? There's no but for that one. It's just true. That's a true statement. I have... there's a lot to come. So I'm going to just let past me take it over. If there's anything else I want to say before we start, is we do tend to patronize when possible. Oh, hang out in our Discord. Our Discord has got a lot of stuff. There's been amazing conversations in our. We have a channel for City of Light and Shadow that the cast sometimes post to. Dot has posted. I gave everybody an exercise, a bleed and a blinders exercise because this is a very intense show. And Dot has posted some of the answers to her questions, and the rest of the cast may also do so. There's also a spoilers channel that the cast cannot see. In case you want to talk about, for example, some people being double agents, which was a true thing, that is always there for you. Anyway, come and join our community if you like. Join us, and I will see you when we come out of. I will see you at the break. And now, without further. Oh no! Wait. Thanks. Wait, I forgot a thing. So, don't. The channel points are open to support our agents. You're limited to 4 Vive la Résistance and 2 Vive la Révolution, and these give our players fate points. And I just assumed that you all would knock out those fate points today, so I gave them to them in the past, figuring that you would give them to them in the future. But I'm just going to note that there are only 2 so far. Origami Shuriken. Oh no, wait. Actually, no. They're all full. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. I want to thank Void Smoker. I want to thank Origami Shuriken for both supporting the Red Tailors, the communists, because they're gonna need it. And then I want to thank Coldrake, Origami Shuriken twice, and also Crit Twitch for supporting the Resistance. So thank you very much. I'm going to mark all of those as complete. And that said, welcome to Season 2 finale. Season 2 Double Agents, the finale. And enjoy. Enjoy. Hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome. This is the season finale of Season 2 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And every season has a title. Like, there's a title for the entire season. And last season, I didn't figure out what the title was until after we'd finished the whole season, which was First Shots. This season, I knew what the title was before we even started Season 2. And the season title is Double Agents. Just hands.
Greg.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to mute myself now.
No, don't do it. Don't mute yourself. So welcome in. Right now, as I think I've told you before, we are currently Memorex. We are not live. Somewhere the ghost of me is live somewhere out there, probably in chat, but we are currently not live. But
I would say that past Trooper is setting future Trooper up for success. That's what we're doing.
Nice.
See? The future us, no, the past us is currently definitely making future us look good.
Yes. Also,
technically speaking, we are alive right now. So
Technically.
Wait. I feel like we've got some timey-wimey, wibbly wobbly.
Was past us great, or is future us going to be great, or is it present?
Future us is always great as long as past us does what's best for the future.
And doesn't step on the butterfly?
We are fucked.
This is it. We will. You know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to say thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the show. If you're watching it either live or on VOD or over at YouTube. And I want to say that there are a couple things that you can support us in many ways. One thing you can do is just by being here watching. You can also retweet that we are live because we're technically live. So if you want to, you can do that. You can follow or subscribe to this channel, but certainly follow and subscribe all of our cast. You can also, if you like, join our Discord. You can, we have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to help pay for this cast and also the art and the music and all the various things that we do. And that Patreon is very exciting. I suspect that by the time this episode is live, I will have uploaded a special secret thing, probably Thursday or Wednesday, so you get a bit of a sneak preview, or you would have gotten a sneak preview of the radio broadcast we're going to listen to today. So things like that will be there. And also, I believe that Patreons will get a sneak preview of the campaign website, which will go live for everyone right before season 3. But I believe that is going to be set up by today already. So if you want to be a Patreon, please do. That is exciting. It helps us maintain the show. We also have channel points. So here's the thing. We have these channel points, and they're the extra credit, and they give the characters fate points because I don't give them enough. And the thing is, we're not live, but
we're in the future.
And so I'm going to so channel points are live. Go and donate for them. And I am going to assume that all of y'all are going to use your channel points because I know that you care. And I'm going to...
past chat, set up future chat.
Right?
To support us is what I heard.
Yes. So we're going to put these over. We're going to put them over.
Just drag them through time.
Just drag them through time.
And deliver them on the other side to future Friday game.
Yes. And so we're going to just put 4 over here. I'm also going to assume that you all will help the communists and give them 2 because they also need it because they have been very, very busy.
That is a
chat flawed assumption.
That is past chats. That is not setting us up for future successes.
Right there. Just right there. Just there it is. I'm going to stay on this. For a moment to say. Also, we have this violence clock, and I'm just going to note that it is going to increase.
Wait, did we have violence? We already had some violence. Doesn't the clock go backwards?
No. When you have more violence, you get more of a clock. And oh yes. And
what happens when the clock is full, Trooper?
Such a great question, huh? That's a great question.
It seems hella loaded.
Yeah,
it's like the doomsday clock.
Yeah,
it's not going to be good.
Yeah, you can't tell, but there are these like really, really subtle skulls there that get filled up when the clock fills up. That's what that is.
It's going to be Y2K all over again.
Yeah, and it's going to go up. It's going to go up 2 clicks actually because there was a lot of violence that happened just last night in a way that the occupational authorities would not like, and etc.
There's been a few days in a row of violence. There's been a mass of violence.
Yes,
but there's been at least a couple hours of non-violence. For what that's
we did have to sleep.
We did.
So with all of that set up, we'll go into more detail a little bit later, but I would like to start off with the most amazing cast one could ever have. I would like each of the players
Don't talk about your other shows while you're on the show with us, all right? That's like talking about your ex a whole lot when you're on a date.
That's fair.
Like you just don't want to do that.
That's fair.
We're your current.
And also
we're
most
your
loved.
Future dates.
I would like each one of our cast members to introduce themselves, tell us who they're playing, and where that person is currently at, and you can take that metaphysically or physically. That's really up to you. Also, I just wanted to say that one of the things that we do, we use, this is a pretty intense show, and we use safety tools. We use both lines and veils, and also heads ups, lines, veils, and heads ups. Also, we do the X, N, and 0 in our chat, so that we can do things on the side. We also use red, yellow, and green card that can be, flashed up for you all. So if everything is going well, we can just have a sort of nice and beautiful green card pop up there. Or if we're like, I don't know, we can yellow it. Or if we're like, no, we can red it. So we have those 3 safety tools in place, because after all, this is a pretty intense game. But we also did an exercise offline, which you might actually see the results of which in chat pretty soon. In the Discord, we have a Discord, you should hang out there. We did a bleed exercise, also sort of like a blinders exercise. I'm going to do a video about it sometime later, and it's about sort of separating your feelings from your character's feelings, and also recognizing the ways in which you and your character are different, not only for yourself but for other people as well, because we are not our characters. They are characters. They're not us. And just sort of ways to think about the differences between yourself and your character. And there were 9 questions, and I thought I would just share one of the questions. Have the players go around and share their answers to one of the questions, and any other questions they can put in Discord. And that question is, name one thing that you think, say one thing about your character that you think other people misunderstand about them. So, who are you? Who are you playing? Where are they at? And then one thing about your character that you think other people misunderstand about them. And let us start with the Rocket Fox, who is a kickline dancer from the 20s. And also a kitsune with magical powers and multiple tails. And together, I think might also be the Rocketeer. So maybe she also has like a rocket booster pack that she uses to fly through the atmosphere.
A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything is what I like to think. And hello, everybody. I am Rocket Fox. Here, there, everywhere. You can find me anywhere you look up Rocket Foxes, including summoning me right behind you as we speak. Especially since this footage isn't live right now. But yes, I am playing Sylvie, the sassy jazz singer who, as of late, she's normally been one who has a lot of words she just kind of haphazardly lets fly. But as of late, she hasn't totally toned that down, but because of a vocal injury, she was shot in the throat. There's been a little bit of less on that. So I see some spelling going on there, but I didn't look in time to see what was happening. Now I'm concerned.
Looks like counting. What were you counting, Trooper?
I was just counting how many fate points you have so I could put it on the overlay.
Oh my God, don't scare me like that. I was like, he's counting how soon it is before she dies. This is what's happening right now. Okay.
You should actually have 9 fate points because you had 6 when we left off. And
don't do mysterious things.
No, you have 10.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, you have 10 fate points. 10 fate points.
We're going to need every piece of that.
Probably, yes.
But yeah, to answer the question, things that characters misunderstand about her. And I had answered this in my question, and I don't have it pulled up in front of me, so I will paraphrase from myself. But I think what a lot of people in game world, people tend to think that she's very boisterous and very glitz and glam, and I think people tend to think that comes from a place of like a lot of just overspilling confidence and big personality and stuff like that. Whereas in reality, that comes from a lot of high walls and a lot of shell and a lot of defense that's set up around a lot of fear and insecurity and things like that. And I think that's something that a lot of people kind of set out in the world probably don't necessarily get a chance to see past a lot of the time because she just doesn't really put that out there. And I think we saw in some of the past episodes too, like Charlie talking about, being one of the only people who really saw any part of that.
Yeah.
And that being something that, maybe she's letting a little bit of that out here and there, but we'll see. So that's me.
Let's go over to Stiver, who is Holy Stiver, which means that secretly Stiver is the second pope, like an anti-pope, like a pope in exile. So, there you go. The pope.
Secret gun-fu coke.
Gun-fu pope.
That's I was busy getting something out because I wanted to show you how real Holy Stiver is. I'm a card-carrying member of the ministry. So if you're ever with your significant other around me and you guys proclaim your undying love, I will generally ask you to prove it because I can legally marry you. So nice. I don't know if you ever want to hang out with me now with your significant other. But it gets real fun for me and real awkward for other people. So anyways, yes, my name is James Stiver, and you can find me all things social media, generally at Holy Stiver. I've been really into Cyberpunk Red, the rule system, and really wanting to get into Cyberpunk. So I changed my Twitter, at least display thing. There's a difference, I guess, between your display name and, you know what, I'm old. I don't understand all of it. My point is that I'm also can be Stiverpunk because I really like the wordplay on that. And by the way, I also understand that I support Cyberpunk Red, specifically the rule system Red, not Cyberpunk 2077. I know that there's a lot of things going out there, and I know that people may like it, people may not like it. I know there's a lot of things and issues we don't have to talk about right now. I'm just letting you know I support the rule system first and foremost. So that's what I'm looking at. Anyways, outside of that, after my political statement there for the nerdtainment community, I play for you, for your entertainment value, Tango. And Tango is this, I would like to think this very suave, not really suave at all. The more I think about it, he's really not suave, but he is certainly a fun, he is a spy. He is definitely a Han Solo kind of swashbuckling, he's not necessarily fast talking as much as he's just goofy. But he's also he's changed a lot over the season, so it's hard to describe him now as opposed to his first season. So
he's so different from the first season.
But he's a liar and he's a con man. Let's just say that, a liar and a con man, anyone other than his friends. So and you asked the question, which is actually first on our list. Say the one thing about your character that you think people misunderstand about them. I believe people think that Tango is kind of aloof and stupid. And I believe that he does that on purpose as more of a disarming mechanism. So people don't think he's a threat. Because if you openly show, because he is openly vulnerable, like openly vulnerable. And he's probably, I think he's always been that way because he's shown that if you can get someone else to be vulnerable with you, then you can kind of disarm them by showing some of your feelings. They start showing some of their feelings. You start becoming friends with them. And they never think, oh, well, this guy will definitely not shoot me in the back and take all my art.
Which he would.
He absolutely would. He would be like, wow, I really enjoyed that conversation with that guy. I'm really glad he told me about, all, his anxieties in life. I'm really glad about that. Now I have his art. So this is great.
Excellent.
Wow.
So that's Tango. That's me. Thank you.
Let's go over to Little
Let's
Red
get
Dot.
married.
Oh, yes, right now. Can you do that over the internet, or do you have to be in person?
I don't know what the technicalities are.
Well, you're gonna have to set a future
internet.
date because your past self
that's
is in the future at the moment.
That's
you
true.
can't actually do it right now.
Yeah, that's
time
fair.
space continuum is doing a thing right now.
It's not an infinity loop that we are unprepared for.
Let's go over to Little Red Dot, who is a small candy, right? They're dots. They're sort of gelatin, right? Right. Aren't they little ones with the look like little gumdrops, right? the dots?
Oh, the dot. I know which dots you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the ones that come on like the sheet, the dots.
Oh yeah, those two.
That's what I was thinking of.
Actually, there's probably just a lot of dot candies. So what that says to me is that you're very sweet.
Aw, thanks, Trooper. Nobody's ever compared me to that dot before. Or candy dots. At least not publicly. Okay, so I'm Dot. I'm excited to be here. I'm a person. I tell stories and I roll dice, and I'm here for my past self is here for future self, and future self is playing Regina today.
Future self is at a wedding.
You're actually right. If you want to talk about a time-space continuum loop, technically, in this very moment, I am currently at a dinner the night before my brother's wedding. Literally, in this moment right now, Dot is somewhere miserable at a table, bumping elbows with a bunch of relatives she doesn't know.
Just think while you're there.
Just think, she's definitely got the Regina face on, because Regina's face is my face. And,
does she have a gun in her shoe?
Yes.
That Dot will not have a gun in her shoe. I can promise you that much. That is not this family reunion.
I would like to actually call it 1 a.m. Dot at a con face, where it's just like.
It's true. That being said, wherever future Dot is, this past Dot is setting me up for success to let you know that today I'm playing Regina on a different timeline. It's split at the moment. Where Regina is, I don't know, she's just a troubled German, really. She's a little lost, but she's finding some things to believe in, maybe again. She's broken, y'all. And I don't mean gameplay, like I mean she a broken woman who's trying to find some purpose again and like right. Maybe one day she'll come out of her shame, and then she can stop bearing the burden of the people who around her who abused her, basically. But here she is now, 41, deflected to Paris, and she's I don't know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's doing. A lot of things. Ina's doing a lot of things. Most importantly, I think at this point, she's just trying to assure that we don't have any more gunfights in the bar and that everybody kind of stays safe. The question, the one that I think is most interesting, is this was the one I would have chose. Trooper chose for us which question we were going to do,
but you can do yours, whichever one you want.
No, this is the one I would have chose. The same one that you chose, the first one.
Nice.
Because I think it's the most important of all the ones that I put down, which I think is that what we misunderstand about Regina is that just because she's capable of being a killer doesn't mean she enjoys doing it. So there's like a shift in mentality there of somebody that feels like they can bear the burden of taking the lives of people so that the innocent people around them don't have to. That she wears is like this big weight around her neck, because when you find out that, she was trained to do that, and was sourced by the German military to do that, and then you leave that all behind. Now she's kind of particular about who and how she kills and when she pulls a gun. And so it shows that it's not that she likes doing it, right? She still threw up after she put a bullet in her dad's head. She still had like a full-on almost breakdown after the Falca episode for many reasons. And so it's not easy for her, especially not anymore anyways, because she has like kind of a new creed and outlook on life because of people in it. So yeah, I think just because she can kill people very well does not mean that she enjoys doing it.
Which leaves us with our fourth player, Grimjack, who is a master of cards, 21. The Jack's really good there, but also like if you cheat at cards, he will shoot you because he's grim. So it's like a grim Jack, or it's like a Jack of diamonds with skulls on it, perhaps. Grimjack, Greg.
Hi, I'm Grimjack. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller tonight. He is a theater student, turned German military, turned Gestapo, turned resistance fighter. And I can't wait to get into the end here. And let's see, the question that you asked was, say one thing about your character that you think people misunderstand about them. I would think that it is, there's often talks of the brick wall and like
Mhm.
leaning up and being James Dean.
Yeah.
Oscar is not confident or wise. He is terrified and realistic. While he has direction now that he's with the group, he doesn't have hope. And I'm scared that, well, I'm not scared. I'm interested as a player to see what happens if he gets it. Does hope help Oscar or does it condemn him?
Yeah.
And so
so excited. And I'm troopersjp. I am your game master, torturer, button presser, poker, something like that. That's me. I didn't say, I wanted to say that we do have donations. If you are watching this, you can donate. You can donate tips and bits, and that will also help for costs and paying everybody. I will also note that probably what's going to happen is when we get to the break, future me is going to show up on screen and then read out at intermission and at the end the messages that are attached to our donations, because I love to do that. It makes me super happy. So that will happen. Future me will do that. Also, we have a giveaway. Which will take place during the break. And I will tell you when we get to the break what the giveaway is, because it is also the end of season present for the cast. Our cast is getting this thing. Our mods are getting this thing. And one of you will also be getting this thing. Last season, and it's this thing where I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is the best present ever for the cast. And last season's present that I gave out, so you can kind of get a sense of what happens, was this Morse code coin, which lets you...
Coolest gift.
Well, this doesn't autofocus anyway. So it lets you either encode or decode Morse code, and people would have those back then. So, that was last season's. But what's this season's? We won't find out till later. And so let us find out where we're at. When we finished last episode, there was a lot going on. It was August the 14th, 1941. It was a Thursday night, and there was a heist taking place. A heist was sort of set up, and through the work of Tango and Regina, a bunch of people sort of worked this out, where they had this idea. They had a contact who works at the museum near the Louvre, who's cataloging Rose Valland, real figure, who's cataloging all this stolen art from families, and she's cataloging them. But they're taking so much art they cannot actually store it all in the museum. So some of it is being stored in the Louvre before it's shipped off back to Germany. And they came up with a plan. What they would do is they would actually take all of that, and it's all boxed up, or they'd take all those boxes and they would hide it in the deep basement of the Louvre, which is actually sort of medieval, and you should see it. It's a very underground, and then replace those boxes with boxes that look like they have stuff in them, and have been weighted down, that they will take these sort of boxes of junk with them back to Germany and not the actual art, and they will then slowly sort of spirit out this art over time. They needed the communists to help them, and in exchange, they would give the communists the location of where the Germans stored some of their food and materials. A lot of stolen people's stuff that are being held in these huge warehouses that Tango found out about during his solo episode, and so they're going to give that in return. Also, the communists wanted some fake paperwork because some very, basically the heads of Vichy are going to be coming into the area in a couple of days, in a little over a week, to sort of, look at these brand new troops that are going to be sent off to fight on the Eastern Front. And they just wanted, paperwork saying they belong, that they can be allowed to be there for no particular reason. And I'm sure it's fine. And while they're doing that, we had Sylvie and Oscar were doing other things. Sylvie decided that rather than going into this sort of heist, she wanted to go and try to find Charlie. And Oscar decided to use the fact that he actually is a member of the Gestapo to help Jules, who was here, and his mother, and the daughter of one of the sort of crime families, and a trunk load full of Nazi gold, get out of the city without being inspected by sort of accompanying them and flashing his badge, which worked. It did also ever mean that he ran into Dirk, which is his and Tango's sort of army buddy, who was happy to see him until he realized that his friend, who he thought was an army buddy, turned out to be secret Gestapo, and that was a little bit of a sad moment for Dirk. But Oscar was able to get him out, get Jules out of the country, and as Oscar and Sylvie were out in the city trying to figure out what happened, and Tango and Regina were in the Louvre moving crate after crate after crate after crate into the basement, a protest took place. You had a number of communists, mostly young people, but not necessarily only, but very often young people, who were marching through the streets of Paris and the different districts, the different arrondissements. Just not the first arrondissement where the Louvre is, also where a lot of Nazi administration it's like right in the heart of Paris. None of those protests were there. And so as these protests walked through, young people sort of marching and declaring Vive la France and down with Hitler, then it got violent. And the French Popular Youth, which is the youth wing of the French Popular Party, which is like a fascist French party, came in to start attacking these people. Then there were the French police, and the Germans come in, and there's SS. There's just a lot of shooting that starts happening and violence in the streets as people were sort of protesting. And that sort of chaos in the streets meant that Oscar could not get back to the heist. He was stuck right in this madness. And Sylvie could not find Charlie because she was stuck in this madness. And of course, Tango and Regina, along with the communists who were there, spent most of the night sort of protected working on this heist. So I want to ask you all, I want to know how you get home. Where do you go when you're done with your business? Tango and Regina, where do you go when you're done with your business? Sylvie and Oscar, when this thing dissipates, where do you go and how do you make it home? Where is home for you? Where do you go? And I want to sort of know how you get home so we can bring ourselves up Friday morning on the 15th. Let's start with our two people who are heisting it, because I feel like by the time you get done, it'll be fine.
Home. I imagine we spent all night moving art and crates, and we are tired and dirty and sweaty. But it was quiet and successful, and it deserves a full night's rest.
Yeah, I will say what I'd like to do is a certain point when we're all done, and everyone's going to quietly just disappear off, right? Because I imagine this is one of those scenes where people like shake hands or whatever. I do. Is Mama Communist there? She is
there and not somewhere else. She's here with you.
Okay. I am going to come up to her and I'm going to do two things first. But first, two things. But first, I'm going to go up to her and I'd be like, "Thank you for your help."
Well, young man, always. We are partners in this.
Absolutely. Sometime soon, I would like to come over and get some more of that soup. You just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. Our tailor shop is open for you anytime.
You are too kind. You are much too kind. All right. And he's going to give her a hug.
She, when you first give her a hug, she's got like a spine of steel, right? But there's that little moment, and then she gives you this hug, which it's I will just say she gives you a hug. It's fine.
It's her version of a hug, probably.
It's just that, she has some children who are in the area, one of whom is Elodie, who has kind of like permanent stink face. And it's just like not quite certain how she feels about all of this, but, sort of just lurking the back a little bit.
But me and Mama Communist has had some times. So, and Tango can't help himself. So, he's tired and whatever. So he's just like, "Thank you again." And he's going to start walking off with he's gonna start walking off with Regina, and he's gonna.
Oh, I imagine I was right there and watched that happen. Like
Oh,
I
you
watched
did.
this hug
Yeah.
and this very personal moment. And Regina simply says, "Your assistance was much appreciated. As I said, a gift, extra, for your kindness and muscle."
Well, I appreciate you coming through with what you said you would. It is important that we can trust that when we say we do something, that we will do it.
If there is one thing you can always trust, if I say something, I will do it.
You should be. And she sort of has a little wristwatch. You should be a bit careful when you go home. I know that Montmartre is your. And she sort of indicates to Tango, is your main place where you stay, and I know you stay a bit further out. But those places are. I think everything should be fine by now, but.
She will
Fine
be
by
fine.
now?
She will be fine.
Oh, yes, just be careful when you walk home. Be stealthy.
We'll be careful.
Thank you for that. I'm not gonna lock up, right? Like she left the door cracked. Rosa left the door cracked for
Mhm.
Regina, and she's gonna make sure that it is shut. Every person's out of there.
Hmm. And you both dissipate. I imagine you and Tango walking together a bit through the streets.
And this is a moment where I'm going to stop and like, because I think we were working in silence for the most part, you know, like, because we were working with other people.
Mhm.
Like, even though, and Tango was probably being Tango and being a little too wordy for the most part. He probably got shushed a couple of times and that kind of thing.
Super jovial in the middle of like this huge empty museum.
But he's gonna look over at her at a certain point during the walk and be like, "So, how are you?"
Fine. Much better now that the art is out of the hands of the Germans. Kind of look around to make sure that we're not being followed or seen or.
Awareness
Oh.
and or stealth and or both. A little combination of them all would not be bad.
Okay, I got a 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a 2.
I'll roll as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So 1, and I'll roll my stealth. It's a mediocre, not great.
You want both?
Yeah, both would be good. Okay.
Ooh, okay. So as we're talking, I'm gonna look over. It's like, okay, well, I'm glad the art. Look, very important to you, and because it's important to you, it's important to me. So I'm glad we've gotten this taken care of. But I mean, other things, life, love, happiness. How are you? Not missions, not the next thing that you have to do. Fine.
I'm always fine, Tango.
Okay.
The fresh air was good. I felt better. Unfortunately, I came back to whatever all of this was and gesture a few blocks over, which I'm sure is car accidents and, Calve's death and all of this other stuff.
No, that's no. When you gesture, when you do this thing, this gesture, right? You begin to see it. There is, as you're walking out of the first into these other districts, you're heading east. You see signs of something big clearly happened. You don't see it at first because in the first it's pretty taken care of, but once you sort of get out of the first district, moving towards where you live, you see placards on the street, like, protest signs broken on the street, saying, things like "Down with Hitler." There's these communist signs for the communist youth says "Get out." So there are all these sort of broken signs, broken bottles. Some of the cobblestones on the streets have been ripped up and clearly thrown. There's graffiti all over as you're walking. Signs of like the V for victory, but also the hammer and sickle. There are sometimes you might see like a hat on the ground, a uniform cap, sometimes a couple splashes of blood. You see, and you don't see it, but you smell like the gunpowder that you from like explosives have gone off somewhere. Also, just like the remnants of gunpowder, gunfire. Something has happened while you were in the basement of the Louvre. Something big. And
Wow.
it doesn't stop, right? Like, it's not like, oh, there was this one localized incident, but you see it like here, there's a moment. And then you go for blocks and blocks, and you come to another square, and it's there too. It looks like
eventually
yeah.
I stop and just kind of pull Tango to the side. And I say, what do you want to bet? That this was all started by your dear mother. Meaning?
She has a heavy hand.
I look around at all of the broken signs. I bet there's blood.
And this is what screaming looks like against oppression.
I understand.
It can't
all
all
of
be
this so that we could move some art.
Well, how important is art in life? Can you tell me?
Extremely. But it doesn't make a difference if there's nobody to see it.
There's going to be plenty of people to see it.
Tango, and I kind of put my hand up because I don't think he's getting how frustrated Regina is by this. I appreciate, and I'm sure we all do, whatever happened that night when she says you saved us. She is quite powerful and genuine.
She does
But
what she says.
And I respect that. But I cannot work the way that they do.
And he looks around.
There is always an answer. We could have moved that art on a different day. We could have planned for the security, the guys that we needed, a distraction. But the loss of this much innocent blood is not okay.
He's going to look extremely upset.
This is why we cannot work with them. And it is not because I am ungrateful or that I don't understand what she's given up, because I've been there. But they sacrifice so much for so little. And maybe it'll do our hearts good to fight on the streets of this city. But there's going to come a day where we had wished that we had held off that fighting for a long time. So do you want to know if I'm okay, Tango? I wanted to go home tonight and celebrate what I thought was a victory. But tonight we lost.
I understand.
No, yeah.
Oh, I understand you feel that way. And most of me feels that way with you. It is hard to see the blood outside of the V for victory. But you see that? You see the V for victory?
No.
You know what that, I know you don't see the victory, But people walking down the street, the people of France who are just quietly hoping that something will happen, are seeing that other people are not quietly hoping something will happen. And I know that we operate differently, and I am thankful and glad and wonderfully just
No,
excited that we do
not
something
we
different.
work differently. That we work differently than them, than her. They are watching you, Tango.
Listen,
They will put you in a plane and ship you elsewhere. We can be allies, but we cannot work with them.
In the shadow of the city, and it's probably starting to be like a little starting to become daytime. Like I bet at this point it's probably 5 or 6 in the morning, right? Like it's probably starting to
Yep.
get up. But she'd pulled him over to the side. Like there's a bit of a shadow on his face, but he's going to look up, and there's going to be a bit of a ray of light that comes up, and you're going to see he's actually starting to cry. And he says, I just thought we were doing the right thing. I was doing the right thing.
I know.
And I don't agree with everything she stands for and how she does a lot of things, but I agree with what she's fighting. And they were going to do something like this for anything they do. Anything.
So what? We were just the excuse.
No.
Which makes it even worse.
No, we got art out. And on top of getting art out, we have signs everywhere that say that they're not okay here. And I know that's probably not worth the life at all. And I am not cracking. I'm not, because he's now wiping away the tears, and he's just saying that it gets real hard to figure out what the right answer is sometimes, my friend.
I also, I think, empathize with this. You continue to refer to me as your friend. Best friend, if I remember.
You are my best friend. Yeah, I might not be yours. I know that's probably like a Hannah or
then let me
someone
share
else, but
something with you.
Okay.
Best friends are the ones that are going to tell you the hardest truths.
Okay.
That woman may stand for rebellion and France, but in her wake is death and violence. There is some strange connection the two of you have, a maternal thing. It is strange. And I understand that you seem to need it, the nurturing touch.
I may have mother issues, yes. The fact that my mother is not here and I miss her greatly. I haven't told anyone that, by the way.
It was obvious. You hugged that woman like your mother.
I did. I didn't
and wanted to have soup with them again.
I did, because my mother also made soup.
That is the problem, Tango.
Oh, no.
How about this? I will offer you something that I've never offered another person. Well, that's a lie. I have, but they are dead to me.
Wait, if I accept this, will I also be dead to you?
Hopefully
Is that what you're
not.
saying? Okay.
What I'm trying to say is the next time that you need a hug from a friend, you don't have to go to the communist. As a friend, I can hug. Sometimes. So, it is an offering for you to keep your distance for a while. I have also been known to make a soup. I don't know if it will be her soup, but I can
He's going to
figure it out.
interrupt her right now and hug her. And it's going to be long and awkward for her.
She'll hug him back. Will be
Okay.
awkward for her. It's
Okay.
far too long for her personal, but it makes the point, as long as it gets the point across. And when she's done, she's,
And he's going to let go and be like, I'm sorry. I just.
Don't apologize. I'm going to start treating you like Luke.
Oh, no. Please don't. I am no child.
Neither is he.
No. No, he did grow up right before our eyes, didn't he?
He would like to say.
Well.
That being said, all I'm saying is, please, for your sake, if you want to stay here with your friends and with Sylvie, and for whatever other reasons you're fighting this battle, then you need to lay off the communists for a while. Because London is looking for every excuse to take you out of the field. And I don't want soup and hugs to be the reason. If we're going out, we're going to go out with something bigger than that.
He's going to hold up a pinky and be like, if you can pinky promise hugs and soup, I'll lay off the communists.
What is a pinky promise?
A pinky promise is, you know what a promise is to someone. And I know you're a woman of your word. This is beyond that. This is a promise between friends, best friends.
I am uncomfortable with the idea of locking pinkies with you.
Why?
It seems very personal. I don't know why.
It's not all that personal. And I mean, I'm just saying, I haven't locked pinkies with that many people, too, if you're wondering about how many pinkies.
You've locked pinkies with a few people.
Well, this is not the time to be jealous of pinky locking. Okay.
Well.
So come on, lock pinkies. I've only locked pinkies with one other person.
We're on the street. He's like, fine.
Do not talk about locking pinkies.
I'll lock pinkies with you. Regina holds out a hand and locks pinkies. She says, there. Sorted. Do you feel better?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Good.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Now go back and get some sleep.
All right. Is your lady friend staying with you tonight?
My lady friend?
Yeah.
She has a name, Hannah. Yes.
Okay.
She lives there now because the Germans are hunting Jews.
No, I get it. There's reasons why you guys are moved in together now, but does that feel okay with you? You like it?
I was not comfortable locking pinkies with you. What makes you think I'm going to tell you about my intimate life?
We'll get there. We'll get there, bestie.
No, we won't.
And then he's going to walk off.
Regina will go home, somewhat defeated, but also not defeated.
And let's go back to Oscar and Sylvie. It is chaos when you make it back, sort of out there trying to find who you're trying to find. And Sylvie, there's no way you can find Charlie in this madness. And Oscar, there's no way you can get back to the Louvre any time sort of decent. It is just there are police. There's French police, the French gendarmerie, which are sort of military police. There are German military police. There's uniform Gestapo SS, uniform Sicherheitsdienst. Like, there are so many law enforcement people everywhere. Everything is chaos, and it's going to be a while, right, before you can get anywhere. What do you do in this madness?
How long is it before it starts clearing up?
It's going to be some hours, and then there's going to be fallout, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is like, because I will tell you this, it is not 30 people. It's hundreds of people in multiple districts at the same time, right? And it keeps going. Like, there was one protest that turned badly. People heard about it. More people show up. Like, this is not like, oh, let's get 15 people. It's Paris wide. mostly in the poor districts of Paris, where the working class people are a little bit tired of some of this business because they don't get to have food or gas or all these things that rich people get to have who are collaborating. They don't have anything. Some of them don't even get to eat. They have you get 1,000 calories a day as what you get to eat for your ration cards, if you can get that at all. Like, it is not good for a lot of people, and a bunch of people are a little bit tired, and so it is intense, and that's a lot of people to try to pacify. And so it's a pretty long night. It's a long night, and it does get violent in a way that you may not want to be on the street. And some people don't leave the street. You know what I mean? They stay no matter what. So it's gonna be a while before all this clears out. And even after it clears out, there will still be military on the ground in a more intense way.
Well, if that's the case, I think Sylvie's just going to go up to the roof and watch.
The roof of Bricktops?
Mm-hmm.
I will get back to you on that one. Oscar, what about you?
Well, Oscar would know as soon as he was bringing the motorcycle back in from helping Jules escape partially. He would know that he's not going to be able to make it any type of piercing into the city, because with all of these, he draws too much attention. And as soon as he realizes that, he immediately turns around and goes back out of the city and goes to the hill where he and Sylvie look down on the city from.
And you two watch the city. And I would like from you awareness or shoot, or there are a number of different things you could probably roll here to get some information as you watch over the city for your discover action.
Would any of them be rapport?
Well, you're not interacting with people. You could watch people, and that would be empathy. It would be empathy.
Could I do empathy?
Well, you could if you people? No, you'd need empathy. Yeah, you could do empathy.
Empathy done.
Yep. Okay.
That. Oh no. Sylvie's more just watching the vibe. She's just watching the city burn.
Oscar, you get 2 questions that are related to munitions of some sort that you can ask me. Or 1 question and a boost.
I'm going to take the boost. And the only question that he would need is, does it look as if the military forces that are, air quote, in charge of the city this night are bringing in exterior reinforcements as some type of like counterinsurgency type of thing? Does he see more manpower coming into the city? Does he see more, I don't know, whether it be tanks or military mechanized vehicles? Is there an escalation response to what's going on? And he can gauge by the amount of troops coming into the city, just how bad it is inside the city.
What you would say is this. Now, you've been in Paris now for a couple of months. It does not seem to you as if they're bringing in outside reinforcement, however. In your experience here so far, these sorts of things are almost always taken care of by the French police. You rarely see the German military actually taking actions against French civilians, even if they are present. Sometimes they are present, but it's almost always the French police who are seen as the ones who are arresting and attacking and pacifying. And when you have the German military, they're often just there at checkpoints, maybe some patrols, but they are not like, you know that there are a lot of German military in this city, but they tend to be very subtle and a little bit behind the scenes. They don't actually tend to mobilize for the most part. But what you see is, if you watch over time, you see French police. Well, you see, actually, first you see the French national youth coming in and fighting, basically a bunch of like college-age students fighting each other. And then you see the French police coming in, and you see this for a moment, right? And this is what you might expect. And then you see not the German military. Then you see what looks to you like uniformed SS officers coming in to take control of the situation. You also know they don't have huge numbers of troops, but then they're shooting. Then you see shooting. And then there's like more, and all of a sudden the gendarmerie comes in, right? So you get more reinforcements of French police. You do not see the French police doing a lot of shooting, actually. They seem to be tactically, to be getting in the way quite a lot of things. But a lot of fighting coming in from the French popular youth. And the Gestapo is instigating things. They're causing trouble. They're escalating the violence, the Gestapo. And then you notice some bombs exploding. Like you can see what seems to you like quite a lot of munitions happening in various parts of the city. And that's when the military comes in for real. Like they do not, it's not like, oh, here we have a couple of, it's now an overwhelming, like you would probably imagine almost all of the military forces in Paris, which is the headquarters for the occupation, come out onto the scene, and that's the thing that ends up stopping it. The military itself coming in basically stops this, but it takes a really long time before they get on the scene at all. It seems it's like first wave, right? French fascists, second wave, French police, and then French military police. You don't notice the sort of French Gestapo thugs anywhere, which you would imagine they would totally be here if they don't seem to show up. And then the Gestapo comes in and makes things worse. And the whole SS sort of, they come in. And that's at the end is when the military finally comes in and they just stop everything. But there's a lot, you can just see sort of like a lot of show of force. It seems to use that the police are doing more capture than kill, whereas the Gestapo is just doing more shooting some people, and the SS in general.
Can I create an aspect here? Or correct, I'm sorry. Can I yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get create an aspect. On the night after the book burning, one of the final times that Oscar was able to perform on a stage, it was in a building that didn't have power, much like Bricktops, as it currently stands. And he was on a stage. He was lit by gas lamps with reflective screens around the outside of them. A piano was played by Melchior, and he danced. And it was a distraction. And it was ineffective in his remembrance. And it was petty because it was an expression of physical movement as opposed to standing up for what was going on. And on that hill outside of Paris, he would take his shoes off and he would, stretch for a moment, feel that pull in his side, jump and do like a tour en l'air as he spins and lands. And he would dance with Paris to distract it from what's going on, to distract himself when he sees the military going in, to know that there's nothing he can do about it. And he still feels that same pettiness, that same lack of effort being put into it as he did that night before, but he can think of nothing else as he is there beside his bike alone. And so I would like to perform for the city with an audience that is distracted. But he vows from this point that he will be Paris's dance partner.
Make a perform check.
I'm going to add a fate point to that as well, please.
Yeah. Using your aspect.
I'm actually going to re-roll that because that was a not great roll.
I was actually thinking the same thing, man. I was looking at it, I was like, that was just a bad roll.
There you go.
Great.
There you go. And what was the aspect that you invoked?
Soul of a Dancer.
That is enough to get you an aspect with one free invoke. And we're going to call this Paris's dance partner. And I think you can use this a number of different ways for interacting with the people, with getting insight of the city. Like there's a bunch of ways I think you can use that one. And that is there for you at the moment. So let us take ourselves to the morning, early morning. Sylvie, where do you sleep?
I don't think she does that night.
So you stay
She
at
just
Bricktops.
watches from the roof.
And what about you, Oscar?
After he does his little impromptu performance, he would stay and sleep at the hill outside the bike. But, and I don't know if he can, but if he could find Bricktops amongst the geometry and the shadows, he would watch that particular square as he would drift off. But I'm not sure if he could from. I don't think we narratively set up whether or not you could see Bricktops or that section of the city.
You can see the
from
section because Montmartre is on it, has a hill. It's like a really big, important hill. But Bricktops is actually at the bottom of the hill, so you wouldn't be able to see Bricktops itself, but you'd know where it is, right? That's where it is. It's in that area. You can't see it, but you know where it is.
Then he'd go to sleep, his his head on the back of the bike wheel, looking at in the direction of Bricktops.
Regina, what time do you get to Bricktops in the morning?
Okay. Well, let me think this through because I wouldn't go back to Bricktops. I'd go home.
Right. But the next morning.
Right. So excuse me, you said the sun was coming up.
Yep.
So Rita would have gone back and gotten like
no sleep.
Yeah,
I know.
She lied to Tango.
Yeah,
She probably didn't get any sleep.
Yeah.
She probably went in. She had a letter to write. She would need to probably very quickly. Dot doesn't know the actual internal mechanism of this very fancy camera pen, so I'm going to assume that based on the size and the film that it needs to be developed rather quickly. Like it may not be light tight constant. Like there's a couple concerns. So you can't keep it. So she needs to process the photos that she took over the last few days, which is like a lot.
Yeah. Well, not that many because it's like 1941.
I mean, it holds like what 10 maybe, but
yes.
In the process in which she has to do it, that is a lot of photos.
It's true. It is because it's it's 1941.
That's considered a lot of photos for like I guess she should. You know what? She hasn't showered since she went camping.
I'm taking off one of those fate points, by the way, for you.
What fate points?
Not you, for Oscar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, right, duh. And yeah, she's gonna take a very cold shower. She gets up. She gets dressed.
Hannah is sleeping because she does try to go to sleep like a normal person.
Yeah, she sleeps like a normal human. That's okay. I note that. I tried super hard not to bother her.
And Luke is not there, but that's normal now. And Oscar is not there, which is less normal.
Okay.
But he was helping Jewel out, right?
That's true. Yeah, I would probably still give him a day. Like I wouldn't get worried for at least another 24 hours if he's running Jules out. Like anything could happen. So yeah, I'll do my my normal routine. I don't actually have today. Regina doesn't actually have anything to do, which is
always have things to do
for her,
right?
Yeah, she kind of has a moment where she's like, "No, I've reported. I know I need to radio broadcast what might have happened in Paris, but I don't actually have the details. So what would I send? The art heist went very well, but there's blood in the streets. And so she's feeling kind of uneasy. I think, that means she's going to go to Bricktops. That's what that means. Regina, okay, yeah. So she'll not sleep, cold shower, basic ass breakfast, develop all the photos, and then she kind of puts on some new clothes and heads over. I say new clothes, puts on clean clothes, and she heads over to Bricktops. On her way, I don't know if it's on her way, but she'll go by Sylvie's first, because she promised Sylvie something every morning until she's better. And so she takes the letter she wrote and she kind of like slots it in Sylvie's. I'm guessing there's like a letter drop or a plate, like a way under the door. And then she'll go to Bricktops.
Tango, what time do you wake up in the morning?
I was about to say, by the way, I'm pretty sure that there's a Tango with coffee in his hand, and there's a note that comes down.
It says Sylvie in Regina's handwriting.
So she's out there. She just dropped off a letter.
I'm going to open the door real quick. Good morning.
Yes.
Did you sleep?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
I rested my mind by doing things I enjoy. Hannah says this is a good practice.
Our significant others usually know what's best for us when times when we don't know what's best for ourselves.
I did not call her my significant other. I'm going down to Bricktops. You should finish your coffee and put on pants.
Oh, I really should. All right. I'll see you. I'll leave this for Sylvie on the where I normally leave the letters.
Thank
you. Close the door. I'm going to put the note, and I will not read it, which is huge for Tango because he is super Snoopy. He is a Snoopy dude. He has built half of his life on being Snoopy.
Yeah.
And it shakes in his hand every time as he just lays it on the counter.
I'm trying to think, has it been 2 days
since you got shot?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's only been like 2 notes.
It's been 2 days?
She got shot on the 12th. It is now the 15th. So
it's been 3 days.
Yeah.
No, because I would have left her the first note, which told her the thing.
Yes.
So 2 days. So there actually would be 2 notes now, Tango.
Okay.
There would be 2 notes. Whether or not she's been home to open them, that's on her.
I think he's been home to get them and put them on the counter. The countertop of her kitchen, basically. And I've laid them out nice and neat. And I have not opened them because I'm not going to be in her business. For once in my life, I will not be in her business. That's her business, not Tango's.
And you...
Huge character progression right there, by the way.
Because that's what you do. You're a Snoop. It's a... I imagine you all, assemble at Bricktops on this Friday fairly... I don't know how early... although if Tango's already up, he probably is going to get there earlier than he normally does, which is noon. But it seems like we're going to get people here, 6, 7, 8 in the morning, perhaps. And, of course, inside it's what it is. You've got Duckles, who is sleeping in the back room, in the secret room. And also... awkwardly,
is Colette still here?
Also, Colette was also in the back room, but I believe Sylvia is going to get to Bricktops first, since she never actually left it. And when you go down into Bricktops, Colette will be up top. She's not downstairs; she's up at the bar, up already in the morning, and she nods to you. She goes, "It is Sylvie, perhaps we can speak with each other a little bit." And she's still bruised a little bit, but she's trying to sort of cover it up with makeup. It's not there yet, but it's clearly...
Is she actively covering it with makeup as she's talking to me?
No, she's already done. She's done. She's already ready for the day, but clearly it's not there yet. It's a little bit too extensive, but it's getting there.
Sylvie's gonna make a some visible sound, but then she's gonna just reach over and grab Colette's purse and just really rudely.
Well, except that she doesn't have a purse where she's a box.
She's gonna grab her box then.
Yeah.
And just start rifling through it, and then she's gonna grab her makeup out of there and start fixing the makeup on her face. How did you get some rest last night?
Well, your friend, Duck, is talkative.
Friend is a generous term.
Is very talkative. This man. He says all sorts of things. That he's a British flyer shot down. A lot of very interesting things. You.
He has a very fancy imagination when he's sleeping.
He was not sleeping. He was wanting to have a long conversation with me. And
He has a fancy imagination when he's awake, too.
how beautiful my hair is and all of this. You may wish to speak to him about information security.
Be much easier to speak to him about it if we put a bullet in his face, but I don't make those kinds of decisions now, do I?
Well, I don't see why not. You are, after all, the leader of this cell.
Some things fall above my decision-making powers, unfortunately. And then she flips open the mirror and kind of.
Why don't you give me performance, I would think, or maybe artisan. Makeup, I feel like that's artisan. Give me artisan. Well, you could do performance too for theatricality, either one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do.
It's all right. It's all right.
No, it's okay. She was beat up. The woman was beat up.
It's hard. It's a hard thing to cover. Maybe tomorrow. She says, so, tell me how your cell is doing. I appreciate you sending your agent, Regina, to save me.
Well, we couldn't very well let one of our most important contacts be in danger. Where would that leave us? Where would that leave you? And the cause?
Nowhere good. So, I wish to emphasize how your cell's slowness to take care with Mark Calvé put everyone in danger.
You could go ahead and say it again if you'd like.
No. But it is important.
Are you sure?
It is just important to note details.
Of course, of course.
So, what have you been up to in the last 2 months? 2 weeks, pardon me. And what progress do you have for me? Any progress on the killer of Falke, or who killed the Arctic wolf, or what do you have for me?
Well,
locations of cells.
I think you will be very interested to find out some of the information we have. However, our records keeper is not here yet. She should be getting here any minute. You know her well.
Which one is your records keeper?
Well, Regina, of course.
Yes,
Who else would it be? You can't trust these sorts of things to anyone who's not German, am I right?
Well, she's a good choice for record keeper.
Well, she does a lot more than that, but, you know.
You cannot trust men with these responsibilities. They think only with their hands. So, easily manipulated. Embarrassing. So...
meanwhile, you certainly should be getting a hold of your superiors and such. Won't they be missing you?
I telephoned them yesterday.
And what did you say?
I told them that I would be arriving tomorrow.
Good.
It is... I think I would need that much time to be a bit more presentable, but...
So we have the honor of your presence for one more evening, do we?
You do. I hope that is not too inconvenient.
Not at all. Here, allow me to make you some coffee then.
Thank you.
She's going to go behind the bar, also just to put some distance between her and this woman.
So, what did you need of me as a cell leader? What do you need of me as your handler?
Yeah. Well, as you know, we've been doing well on our supplies and things like that. But, well...
You have no electricity. This is unfortunate.
She's going to prepare and then bring it back. Apologies. The coffee is the best that I can do under the circumstances. Well, I don't know how well you would have been able to hear what was going on last night over the ruckus of your roommate. But things got pretty wild out there last night.
Yes.
But anyway, with everything that's been going on between all of the just all of the different sides that are tearing their city apart, it happened to knock our power out, and it would be very helpful for us, to keep up our cover, to have that repaired.
Of course. I will see what I can do. Miss Moreau.
Yes.
From one woman to another, you must understand that I need progress. Good progress.
Don't we all?
It is important that we have wins, victories, that we have results. And I say this not to upbraid you, but because it is results that keep us safe. The more successful we are, the less they look. And I understand that things cannot happen quickly, always. But it would be best. And she pauses a moment. If you want big things to happen, bold things, important things, you always need a distraction. You need to be trusted. And trust comes with results. So, I need you all to give me results so I can take them and keep all of us safe.
Well, we can either give you results or a distraction.
The results are the distraction.
Interesting. Yes, of course. Of course. It makes perfect sense.
There's a little bit of kind of like a sort of slightly like she's normally so clipped and together, you know what I mean? Like she's normally quite businesslike, and there's something just a little dampened about her. And I believe that is probably when Oscar comes in. And she looks. Trying to place you, but not being able to. Oh. I hope.
My dear Colette, to be continued, please.
Of course. And she nods. She's like, I will take my coffee downstairs. I'm sure you all have things to discuss.
Oh, and before you go, Sylvie's gonna go and get like a little bread, little apple or something, and give to her to take down there. And she's gonna give her another apple to take down to the duck.
And she says, I appreciate you giving me 2 apples. And she gives this little tiny smile, which indicates she knows full well who that second apple is for, and she's just contemplating whether or not she's going to give it along.
I leave it to your discretion.
And as she sort of moves down the back, I assume this is going to be when Regina comes in.
Ah, my fair Germans. How fare you this fine morning?
I'm glad to know that you are not part of the debris and blood scattered across the streets of Paris.
Not yet. Not yet. And you? How was
Well,
the heist?
The heist was quiet because it seems the streets were not.
Indeed.
What happened?
It was chaos. And
So our visitor is still here, yes?
yes, they won't leave. They're like flies.
Wonderful.
He would walk over and pull like a napkin or a piece of paper, and he would quickly write heist with a question mark and then point downstairs.
I mean, I don't think Regina's yelling, but he's probably
right.
She kind of nods like, "Oh, I thought Colette would be
She's
gone."
German.
So like, yeah.
So.
Yeah. I imagine you write heist in German.
Right.
That one was German anyway. So
yes, mine and Tango's date was uninterrupted. Seems that the streets, though, were in a bit of unrest.
I think this is when Tango comes in.
And as soon as Tango walks in, Oscar would say, "Dates, really? You two went on a date? Ah,
Yes,
yeah.
our date.
How romantic.
It was very romantic. I got bagels for everyone. And got like it was a would it be bagels or whatever
Croissants,
that shop
probably.
Croissants.
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 I got croissants for everyone. So I have this bag of croissants. I was put down. I'm sorry, handing them out.
Yes,
It was a great date.
it was.
Did you know she is a wonderful dancer?
Well, seems that most Germans are, from what I'm taking.
Not all Germans. How was your evening? Maybe I'll make a guess.
I went on a lovely drive.
And you made it to your destination.
Yes, just to there and back.
And our friend.
Ah, it's a lovely landscape. I could see everything.
Wonderful.
Someone driving away.
I'm glad. I'm really glad.
Our city tore itself apart last night.
Well,
Children fighting in the streets.
Has anybody seen Luke?
I saw him last night.
I saw his group. I did not see Luke.
He stared down one of his little friends before I thought it best I went back inside for safety's sake.
well, if you'd like, I can make a couple calls.
No
See
matter.
if he's all right.
I'm sure
We
he's
should give
fine.
it 24 hours. He may have to report.
Right. Well, so what's the next item that we should be doing?
There's a rumble in the back of Bricktops. Back where the stage is, behind the flies, there's a
Rumble.
like a something's moved, and sort of emerging from the flies is Charlie, looking a little worse for wear. That is not a comfortable place to stay.
Sylvie's gonna go.
And she just
Right
puts her
over
hands
to
up,
Are you injured?
and she watches Oscar. She doesn't take her eyes off of him as she moves towards keeping distance between you two. And then she sort of glances to Tango, because the last time she saw you, you were dying. You don't look great.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I'm still all patched
Yeah,
up, right?
yeah.
Like I still have bandages
Oh, yeah.
everywhere.
You look
I was about to eat my croissant, and instead I'm going to take the croissant that was for me, hand it over to Charlie, and walk over and be like, we should talk.
Charlie, where have you been?
She takes the croissant from you and she rips it in half and she gives you back one half of it. And she heads over to back behind the bar, to where the radio is, when she says, while still looking at Oscar, I heard the violence. You should probably check the news. And it's not a good vibe, Oscar. It's not a good vibe at all. As she flips on the radio.
I look at Oscar. I know you're usually stern-faced, but is there anything that I can read from you? How are you feeling?
Mm-hmm.
He is, if there is a bar stool by the bar, he would be kind of half cheeking it with one leg on the ground and perched on it. He wouldn't shy away from Charlie's gaze if she locks eyes with him. I doubt she would as well. So
Just like a real intense thing.
Whenever Charlie goes behind the bar, Sylvie's going to follow and like actually grab her arm and stop her from getting to the radio. Charlie, do not ignore me. What is going on?
Sylvie, you should not be shouting with your throat.
Don't tell me what to do.
She's right.
You don't tell me what to do either.
No one can.
Charlie, where have you been? What is going on? What is happening? Don't turn the radio on before telling me how you're
I
doing.
told her to protect you. Okay? Because of lies. Because we're all in a lie.
Regina reaches over and flips the radio on. And I look at all of you. And I put a hand up. Proceed. And I point downstairs. And I look at Charlie too. Because Charlie knows what I mean.
Mm-hmm. No, what? No, I do not want that.
Continue your bickering at a lower volume.
Sylvie's going to keep her hand around Charlie's wrist, but less aggressively, but she's still going to like keep holding on her. Did they catch you? Like what? How are you doing? What happened?
I'm getting. Are you hearing an echo? Well, that's just static.
I'm just hearing some weird techno static. That was pretty fun, but
I'm not hearing anything. Oh, wait, it's because I have roll 20 muted.
Yeah, I do too.
But yes, I am
Oh,
getting
I hear it now. I hear it now. Yeah.
Are you hearing an echo?
Yes.
Why?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Okay, good.
I'm not.
I am, and I don't like that. Why am I hearing an echo? It just bothers me, so I don't think I should.
Are you, just so I know, are you playing it in roll 20? Because I want to turn the music up. Okay,
Yeah.
let me just turn it up so I don't miss it.
Yeah, I'm playing it in roll 20.
Regina looks to
I think I know what it is.
and says, I imagine the streets were very busy last night, and you were unable to deliver that item. And she kind of gestures for the keys to the truck.
Which also, whenever she was talking to Charlie, that's I think the first time she's dropped her Sylvie accent.
And she did like this accent dropped, and Charlie's clearly like Charlie is. You know when Charlie's in on alert for a fight that she doesn't know if it's going to come or not. Like Charlie's in that vibe. She's in a.
Charlie, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at right here. Charlie.
And she just places herself so that she can see you and also Oscar at the same time.
What is happening?
And she just gives a quick glance over to Tango.
No. I'm not over there. I'm right here.
But I can explain this.
perhaps the roof would be a good place to talk.
Agreed.
Can we go upstairs? Sylvie?
She turns around and just kind of like drops her hands and just goes up.
Poof. I put a hand on Oscar's shoulder, like, here we go, man. Good luck.
He would offer you a smile.
Yeah. Like, look at like, you know what? I go, Sylvie, before you make it to the stairs that go up or the ladder or whatever that goes out, I say, Sylvie,
yes.
Outside, it's an outside ladder.
I have no doubt that you and Tango and oh my God, her name just left my brain. Charlie, have much to speak on. I thought maybe Oscar and I could run that errand. Give you some space.
The phone rings.
Sylvie's gonna go. She doesn't really want to say anything. She's gonna go over and answer the phone.
Is this Bricktop's Shay Bricktop?
Who is this?
and there's like a bit of a pause. Like that's kind of a weird way to answer a business phone. It's just like it's a little odd. Normally, when you call a business, they usually announce themselves, and so that's just like a weird.
She's in a mood.
Yeah, um, I am calling from the prefect of police. I'm,
Yes. This is Brigtops. How may I help you? Sylvie speaking.
yes, I'm looking for a Regina Berger.
One
I was
moment.
told that she may be found here.
Regina, the
doesn't-
phone
The phone is never.
is evidently
phone.
for you.
Who is it?
Someone from the police. You're wanted, apparently. I hear she's going to take the phone, just start like spinning it on the corner. I hear there's a big bounty out on your head.
Stop. Okay. You all go upstairs and sort your personal problems. Regina walks over.
And she like flips it in the air and catches it and then hands it to her. And then she's gonna put a hand on Regina's shoulder and lean forward. They don't really want you. Then she's gonna go upstairs.
Hello.
And Charlie's only going to go the minute Oscar's not, like, there's no time when Sylvie and Oscar can be left alone, right? Like, if they're all in the move, that's fine. But, you know, it's going to be...
She just looking at Oscar like, I'll come save you, man. I'll be right there. Just gotta take this phone call.
Mademoiselle Berger? Mademoiselle Berger?
We?
You have been requested to come to the police station.
Politely ask.
The headquarters.
Why?
Your fiancé wishes to speak with you.
I have to cover the phone for laughing. Regina almost laughs in private, y'all. My
Oh boy, I'm going to
fiancé.
mute myself.
Oh my god. My fiance.
Oui.
I will be right there.
Good. I will let him know that you are coming. He wanted your moral support, I think, for what will be coming. If I may say, there was a bit of a... and then all of a sudden you realize, the person on the phone realizes that perhaps they're being a little bit too... like there was a bit of a humor, something humorous was going to be said, and he was like, oh, that's probably not professional, right? So there was like about to say something that was going to be a little bit funny.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, sorry. I am a Lieutenant Basquiat.
Lieutenant Basquiat. Thank you for your phone call. Next time, you would prefer to make a joke about my fiance. You're welcome to be upfront about it.
No, you misunderstand.
We will see you shortly.
Wait.
I don't know who my fiance is, but I don't like his sass. Regina's wearing pants and a denim shirt. She is in no way fit to go into. So I'm going to go downstairs and put on a dress and stockings and heels and look normal.
Oi. How are you?
I was better 30 seconds ago.
Ooh. Well, I'm better now. Getting dressed, eh?
I am getting undercover, yes.
Yeah. Need help? Pretty good with that, you know?
I've been capable of dressing myself since I was a child. I think I can handle it.
And like Colette's in the corner giving Duckles the stink eye. Like,
Douglas, let me ask you a personal question.
Yeah, all right.
The overcompensation.
What?
Is it because you have mom issues? Or is it because you have not actually had good intercourse?
Wait a minute. Yeah, it's not. That's is that like German flirting or something? Because it's not. That's.
Am I turning you on?
No, I'm just trying to say it's not.
Good, that is the point.
Oh, all right. That's
Come here, Duckles.
all right. And he sort of strolls over with a little bit of a swagger, but also a little bit of uncertainty.
I lean in.
And
Really
Colette's just
close.
watching with a
Yeah.
grin.
I lean in really close to his ear. And I want to make sure, like, Colette can't hear me. And I simply say, you're currently undercover in France. Last night, German military shot civilians on the street. If you told that woman anything you shouldn't have, I will come in here tonight and kill you. Until then, I suggest, for everybody's sake, you sit down and you stay quiet until I figure out a way to move your useless body from this country to another one. Righto. Have a seat. Colette, how are you feeling?
He sits down, just sits down a little bit. And she says, it could be better, but I'm going to have to go back to my apartment soon. I think
Yes.
tomorrow.
Well, until then. Oh, Calvé. He was working multiple fronts.
Yeah?
I'm not entirely convinced he wasn't behind Volka's death.
Give me deception.
You got it. I'm gonna deceive her.
You are gonna
With
try.
a 5 superb. Boop, boop.
Oh, okay. Hey, let me hit her.
5 superb.
That's
Come
a
on.
5 superb.
Come on, give it to me.
That is good. That is
Boop
good.
boop.
Let me get her empathy roll, if I do not mind. That'll be right up there.
That's just average, yo.
Would you like a boost? Because you succeeded with style.
I would like a boost.
Because you don't have to have one if you don't want.
I would like a boost. I want the boost to be on Colette, and let's call it something about, maybe I just need to satiate her for a while so I can figure out how to trick her into believing that this is true. Right now I just need her. I need her to be off the trail. She's off the trail.
Okay.
The boost is or believes a false trail or something like that until we can sort it out.
Let's just say on a false trail.
Yeah.
I'll let that. On a false trail. All right.
I also have to say, for everybody in future chat, the little website Troopers put together is very cool. And there's a picture of Colette, and it is exactly how I pictured her. Exactly how I pictured Colette.
She sort of thinks about this, what you say about Calvé. And you can tell that she's sort of thinking about this.
Listen, I know you like to work quickly, but we are small but mighty, which means we work at a slower pace, but we get results. So, for now, considering your state and the recent events, I can assure you Calvé is no longer going to be a problem.
If he did this to Falke, that is very tricky. Because we need a suspect. We need perhaps a body. We need something like this where we can... If he did this, I'll need more information. I'll need his work to do. Oh, tickets. I will look into this. Thank you. What evidence do you have that it was he? Something that I can use.
Well, we know he was at least under double cover.
Yeah. But if we don't have evidence of this, we can take upstairs. We need something we can take.
Did I would like to go out on a limb
Mm-hmm.
and question whether or not I took pictures of him and Arctic Wolf together.
For a fate point?
Yeah?
Yep, for
Yeah?
a fate point.
Okay. Okay.
Because you are photography lady. If you give me a
Say-
fate point, yes.
Okay. Say I am. Okay, you can have it. You can have you can have a personal fate point. This
I will
is
take it.
so fun. This is so worth it. Okay. Say I am Falca, seeking to do what he is doing. An assassin, female, German, good, beautiful, is sent here. The Arctic Wolf. Say I had proof that Calvé and the Arctic Wolf were seen together. Say that this could be starting evidence that they were at least speaking behind veiled doors. More importantly, even if they weren't, it sure would be nice to prove that, say, Calvé, a Gestapo agent, was behind the death of German military.
Well, it would prove that Calvé was working with Gestapo. I would like...
Copies?
Yes. But I would like something to tie him to Tristan Hassel. That
Is the slow game. Getting there. Until then, I can give you pictures.
that would be good. If we could prove a connection between Calvé and Hassel, this would be very good.
I will put out some feelers. I have some ideas. There's a reason why I do this kind of work. Which library am I using for Falca? It's the big one.
Yes, it is. For Falstaff, yes.
For Falstaff, I'm sorry.
Yes. And she will nod, and you can see that she's like, right? Like she's making certain connections. Like you can tell she's making steps ahead about like, okay, if I have this, what will that mean? And like you can see that
Sure.
she's planning
Regina
forward.
says, so I suggest what is the library I meet Falstaff at?
It's probably the library for the Sorbonne.
So yeah, okay. So I tell her the location and I say, what book? Like, aisle number, right? Encyclopedia set W. And I said, you'll find the photos. Give me at least 3 days.
Yeah. And she kind of like glanced at her face and she's like sort of like shakes her head like it's not there yet, before she can sort of go easily.
Are you staying here again?
Yeah, one more night. And this conversation is in German, by the way. Duckles.
Oh, for sure. Duckles is now sitting quietly. We're playing the quiet game, Duckles.
Yeah. 3 days.
Okay.
I'll be here tonight, and then I can go back to the hotel.
I will babysit the Duckles.
And she just sort of, she shakes her head, but clearly not at you, but at him. Like,
it's okay. He's what, a pilot? That's what I know. He's a pilot. Great, he's a pilot.
And she says, in German, I think your work infiltrating the escape lines is good. Gather as much information as you can, and then it'll be time for us to strike, to take it down. And that will also be a good win for us when we need it.
Yes, of course. Though not as important as
She nods. She says, "But there's always heat."
It's always good to have a distraction as well.
By the way, I don't know how long I was muted for. I was muted for a very long time. That
You may
is,
have to use your Zoom audio.
yeah. Oh, no, but it
Don't
was.
Don't worry, I have it here.
Ah, good. So good. I was muted in the Zoom. Not the Zoom, in the. Yeah.
Well, at least we got your Zoom audio. Whew.
You see, Trooper, I was having your wires tapped.
Thank you. I will do some audio editing. It will be fine. A bit of voiceover. She nods. Just good, because we will need all of the protection we can get.
Of course. Until then, I would say make yourself comfortable, but please don't.
She says, "I would prefer to be at a luxury hotel myself."
Regina kind of looks at her like, did you just...
But she says it in this way that's like, it's a little weird, right? Because like that's their headquarters, right? Their headquarters is this luxury hotel. It's not like, I like being in luxury.
But it still is still smarmy.
Yeah.
Still bothers Regina. Okay. Until then, I have places to be. And Regina snatches up the clothes. She looks at Duckles, and she says, "Duckles, for being here, you're not going to stay here this evening. You'll be staying elsewhere.
Oh, all right.
I will come back here and pick you up. If she tells me that you told her anything other than maybe what you had for breakfast this morning, our little deal, it's gonna have to happen."
How about breakfast tomorrow?
Sure, Duckles.
Your place, right?
My place.
I knew you were warming up for me.
Yeah, Duckles. Just the woman.
And there's like a weird vibe between like neither you nor Carlette are giving him that warm vibe, and
that warm vibe.
Like, neither one of you are giving it to him. He finds that a little odd.
Until then, Duckles, you're going to sit there for the rest of the day. I don't want you to go anywhere or do anything because you're not supposed to be here. So just
You have darts or something, cards, something, Anything? It's a bit boring.
there's a bar upstairs.
All right. And he gets up. He starts going upstairs.
I mean, as long as you stay here.
She just shakes her head. Colette at this one.
I will be back for it. I look at it to walk away. Regina says, I don't know how I'm supposed to move him out of here yet. We'll figure that out later. Our driver's gone.
And upstairs on the roof, it's Charlie, Oscar. Oh no. Charlie,
It's not Oscar.
Sylvie,
it's
and
Charlie,
Tango.
Oscar, and Sylvie.
Charlie, Oscar, and Sylvie.
I'm sorry.
Tango.
Tango.
Yep.
Sylvie.
Is Oscar going up there?
I'm in the bar, I think.
Yeah. I think Regina will see you on her way out. And at the top, at the roof, that you get up to the roof. And once you get up to the roof, she says, "That man is Gestapo. We need to kill him."
No.
Yes.
I intercepted a call, and I pretended to be Oscar. This is how I know he is Gestapo.
Yes, I know that too.
But Charlie, after what happened, you did right. I felt what I felt. I believe he's on our side now.
I don't. He's Gestapo. Those people are murderers. They torture people. They tortured Sylvie. Did you forget that?
I haven't forgotten that, for what it's worth.
And what do you
If
feel?
anyone here should be the most suspicious or the most angry, no one else here has a right to be but myself. Can we agree to that?
Yeah. Why aren't you more angry?
Because I know him, because I trust him.
They're professional liars, Sylvie.
Yeah, so are you, so am I. What do you think we're doing here? What do you think brought us here in the first place, Charlie?
Yeah. I've never been Gestapo. These people...
We're killers too. Why do you think we're here?
Sylvie,
Why do you think we're here?
I've
On
never
this
killed
roof
a
all night,
child.
sat here watching my dream burn down before me.
And that guy is the one who does that sort of thing. It's his fault all this is happening.
That is not his fault. And you know it.
It was
Yeah,
rash and wrong, and I should have asked Oscar before I said anything to you, Charlie. But
No.
we both love Sylvie enough to protect her, and that's what I wanted.
You know, believe it or not, I'm an adult who can protect myself. I don't need all of this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Look what's happening here. Look at this. Look what's happening.
What's happening is that
You should both be ashamed of yourselves.
Why should we be ashamed of ourselves?
You shot him.
Yeah, I did.
And you told her to do it, basically.
Well, I gave her the information. She did what she wanted to do with it, and that is her choice. And you know what? At the time, I didn't know. You know why? Because this is what happens when secrets aren't.
We are in a resistance cell. We're spies. What do you think?
I think that maybe the Gestapo sent an undercover agent to undermine us and maybe kill you. That's what I
And
think.
yet here we still are.
Yeah. What did he tell you? Did he tell you I was Gestapo and I'm not now? That's what a Gestapo agent would say. This guy.
You want to shoot him? Fine. But you're going to have to shoot through me first.
Come on, Sylvie, come on.
Look me dead in the eye and tell me you can do that.
Sylvie,
Charlie.
I don't have to shoot through you. I can just wait till you're not there and then I can shoot him.
Charlie, I've had a conversation since then, and I was on death's door, and he willingly took your bullet. I saw that.
He probably took
Saw
it.
it. I was about to die. I
Probably-
saw him hold his hands out and take a bullet to the throat for you.
Yeah, who does that? Somebody who's guilty as sin who wants you to trust him.
No, somebody who's just doing their job, that's when they flee. But somebody who's passionate about a cause, that's somebody who's going to take a bullet because they want you to see something. Charlie, I was wrong. And I don't think you were wrong. And I don't think I was wrong before because we were doing everything we could have done with the information, but I should have talked to him first.
So he could lie to you? That's what they do.
Charlie, I can see a liar. I can see myself in anyone, right? And Sylvie, you're right. You're fucking right.
About what?
You don't need protection from anyone or anything because you're the strongest person
I'm not
here.
working when he's here. That's it.
I think
That's it. I'm not working with him here.
Charlie, let's talk about this, all right? Listen, if he wanted us dead, he would have cracked our necks anyways. If he wanted that information, he already has plenty of it. He could have given it to him.
Probably doesn't have enough.
Enough of what?
Whatever it is they need.
What they
He knows.
need. Charlie, do you
knows.
know what happened whenever I got my throat shot out? Do you know who saved us?
Hannah.
Oscar. We were dying in there. We were dying in there.
Sylvie, I
They
just
were
want you...
going to keep shooting us. After 20 plus years, you don't trust me?
I don't trust him.
Listen, I know
him.
you're mad at me. I know you're mad at
I'm
me.
not.
And I get it. You have every right to be. And that's fine. That's fine. I know it has to do with it. She gestures over at Tango. I know it has to do with him. I know it has to do with everything.
No.
And I get it. I get it. Okay? Like, I'm not a great person in a relationship. I'm not a great friend. I get it, okay? And you don't have any reason to trust me, but I would think that after this amount of time, after everything we've been through, like, you know me.
I do.
And you know that I'm not a sucker.
I think you are in this instance. Sylvie, I let the police away.
We don't have anything to say to each other.
She leaves the roof. Leaving you two on the roof. Also, you're feeling a little bit nauseated.
You okay?
Sylvie kind of like crouches down.
He's going to put a hand on her back. This probably isn't the right time for any of this.
She's gonna grab onto him so she can get back up again. And I'm going to assume her voice has kind of been coming back over the course of this.
He's going to...
I'm sorry you had to see all that.
He's going to put a hand on both hips at that point. And they're on the rooftop by themselves. And he says, I know this isn't the right time. You're... the world is awful, and I have made questionable but maybe noble decisions that have caused issues with you and your former lover and friend. I've frustrated you beyond belief, especially lately.
Look out there. Do you see this?
Yeah.
The city. We came here, God, 12 years ago now, I want to say. And it was a dream, you know? It was a dream. It was going to be an escape. It was going to be the place where we could be who we were, where we could walk around and people wouldn't look at us weird, you know? Where I could be refined, where I could live the life I wanted to lead, where I could wear fine things and sing for a living. And if I wanted to walk hand in hand with a lover, no matter who they were, it would be fine. It's burning down in front of my eyes. And
I know it's burning in front of your eyes. And he looks nervously out into the cityscape from the rooftop, and he looks back at her and he says, I'm going to stay here.
what if they try and pull you back?
Whether it's the communists who might try to take me, or the London who might try to either assassinate me or take me away, or whether it's my old life going to pull me back, or maybe it's everything that causes me to run at every step in my life. And whether you love me as much as, I know we haven't talked about this, Whether you love me as much as I love you, Sylvie, I don't care. Because you, Regina, everyone, you're my family now. I'm going to die for it, or I'm going to stay for it. And if that means I have to stay and face things for the first time in my life, I'm going to do it. Now, I'm sorry if that's weird, because this whole thing is weird, right? I don't care. You're in my life. So are my friends. That means Charlie. That means Oscar. That means everyone. You're my friends, and you specifically, you're the fire that you say is burning out there, but it's the fire that's lighting the stars for me. That's what you are. And I'm going to stay. And I'm sorry. But I'm going to make things right as much as I can. And before she can say anything, he's going to kiss her passionately.
She will return that, and she's gonna give him a hug. And then afterwards she's gonna kind of gesture to see the fire that's burning out there is trying to work its way in here into our family, to all of us. We can't let that happen, because things are changing, things are different, the stakes are higher. And she's gonna like look him in the eye. Tango, I'm pregnant.
You're pregnant. He's going to smile.
And
How do you feel?
I don't think I want to give it up.
I don't want to be this bold, but I've always wanted to be a father.
She's just gonna give him a hug and kiss him again.
And he's just going to whisper in her ears and say, I've never been, I've always been a kid, but I'll be a hell of a dad. You'll have me.
She's gonna kind of look over off the rooftop again. Certainly a hell of a place to bring a kid into.
We'll just have to mow the lawn. The Nazis are the lawn in this metaphor. So I would like to mow the lawn, as in kill the Nazis with the lawnmower. That's the machine that has the wiping blades that, you should really stop me right now.
Well, at least we know they'll be really good at shooting guns and dancing.
Wait, is it Oscar? Excuse me.
No.
I am so sorry, but have you seen me dance?
She's just gonna like mash her hand on his face.
And with that, with them on the roof, and Oscar in the main part of the bar with the radio playing, sort of reporting on what had happened, and Regina going to see her fiance at the prefect of the police. We are going to go to break, and during break, I will play for you the audio for the radio. Although the future me is going to pop in right about now, and tell you. And
It's time to break the time-space continuum.
Yes. Oh wait.
Oh, snap, snap, snap.
No,
snap.
Future me can't.
dream within a dream right now?
Wait, Future me can't. Future me, don't come in just yet. Don't come in just yet. I have to tell them something first because the players have to know it. So Future me is going to come in and read out any messages for tips and
Wait,
bits.
hold on. Excuse you, future you. Would you shut up?
I know,
already.
right?
All right.
Right?
Patience is a virtue.
Right? Future me,
Excuse
come
me.
on. And
Where we're going, we don't need future trooper.
Yeah.
and Future me is.
Whoa. We all need
By the
future
way,
trooper
future
and present and past trooper. Triple
That's true.
trooper.
We have to have the full
I mean, I
typers.
went right now, trooper. Not now, then trooper.
Future Trooper's
I
also
want-
going to do the giveaway, right?
I want to watch Future
Oh.
Trooper. I want to
Y'all.
watch that movie so fucking bad.
Future Trooper is doing the giveaway though.
But I'm going to say what the giveaway is
Oh.
because the cast needs to know what their present is. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
This is the actual manual from the SOE on how to be an agent in occupied Europe.
That's amazing.
Because this is from January of 1943, and it has been declassified, and so now it is available. And this book is your manual that will tell you all about how to be a very good SOE agent.
Y'all thought Regina was a good agent in season
Are
2.
you kidding me?
Oh, I am not
Till
kidding you.
season 3. Now I've got holiday
shit.
reading.
Oh, yeah.
My first suggestion would be to change the title. But that's just
Seems a smidge obvious. Yeah.
How to be a covert
How
okay.
to be better at your undercover
Do not keep
job.
that in your do not keep that in your backpack.
Don't keep it
when
in your
you're filling
backpack.
Europe.
Don't keep it in your backpack. And this is from the Special Operations Executive. It has things like cover, how to deal with interrogations, knowing your enemy's surveillance, the use of premises, external communications, the cell system, right? Your cell system is very good. The security of your organization, enemy forces, German counter-espionage, intelligence reports, some morale warfare, if you want to do a little bit of morale warfare, for example. Letter opening.
I do that on a day-to-day basis, Trooper. It's kind of just part of my life. So we can skip to
Disposal
the next chapter.
of your parachutes. So, as my present for you, you'll be getting the manual on how to be a good agent, and one of you in chat will also get this manual because you know. But I was like, oh,
It's the coolest thing ever.
I was like,
Yes, it is.
yeah, I try to give good cast gifts. So we're going to go on break. Well, when we're on break, we're going to play. Future me is going to sort of show up right about now and then say stuff. But we're going to go and play the audio of what happened in the interim, the radio reports about the after effects of those, riots. So we're going to do that. We're going to go and stretch our legs. Because we're going to do that. Stretch our legs, get ourselves all situated. And Future Me, hey, Future Me, you can take it away right about now if you want. Do it, Future Me. See, this is why you want to have an audience live, because live audiences can tell you that you're muted, and then you don't have to spend some time period splicing back in as an audio from a Zoom call that luckily Greg recorded for too many hours. Nonetheless, however, that is future me to fix the VOD. But what I wanted to tell you all was, look, I was muted because there's a lot going on here. So here's the thing. We're going to go to break, and I have a copy. I got a copy of this for someone in chat. Somebody in chat is going to get this book so they can learn how to be a really good agent in occupied Europe. So in case you find yourself in World War II, you will, be fine, I think. Tom was like, they can tell you if there's a mic problem. Doesn't mean they will. So all you have to do, by the way, to be in the giveaway is just chat during break. So as long as you say something during break, you will be entered in. And once break is over, I will come back and I will ask Nightbot who our winner is, and then I will DM you here on Twitch and ask you for a mailing address, and then you will tell me, I hope, and then you will get the, you'll get the. So you, the cast, and also our mods will all have this. And before, Riss is already getting one for Cthulhumus, which means Nightbot is totally going to pick Riss's name. That's what that is. So here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to play for you during break 2 bits of audio, and that audio is the radio broadcast that were broadcast. This is fictional audio. I recorded them myself. It's me pretending to be other radio people, but you'll be able to hear what Radio Paris said about the protests the night before, and what Radio London said about the protests the night before. And there is is it an international giveaway? It is. I don't care where you live. I will put it in an envelope and I'll put your address on it and I will send it to you. I will walk down to my post office and I will send it to you with love and joy. And then I suppose I will say this, radio broadcasts. Oh, yes. So I'm hoping that, I was working on this a little bit the other day. I'm hoping to put together a little thing that might be a present, and I'll figure out if I can get it to work out, where I'll put it out. But during the break when we were filming, we had a good like a half-hour break. During the break when we were filming, all of the players were listening to the radio broadcast on their headphones, and the break was recorded, and so I'm trying to put together a little bit of a clip where you can see how the cast responded while they were listening to the radio broadcast. You won't hear the broadcast, you will just see their faces. And I'll just say, chef's kiss, my friend, chef's kiss. So with that, stretch your legs. Talk amongst yourselves during break, and please enjoy the radio broadcast that I made for you all, which should be what is the propaganda about what happened last night, and you might find out about some friends of yours while we're there. All right, see you in break, everybody. Enjoy the radio.
Good evening, madame. Good evening, mademoiselle. Good evening, monsieur. This is Radio Paris, and I am Philippe Henriot. Our tower is back in operation. News for today. Friday, August 15, 1941. Continuing the violence that erupted early Tuesday morning, last night the streets of Paris were in chaos as Jewish communist terrorists spread their violence through our home, attacking people, businesses, and the public spaces. From the Place de la République and Porte de Saint-Denis to the arrondissement of Montmartre, these enemies of France, many of whom were clearly university students indoctrinated by liberal anti-patriotic thought and the jazz-loving delinquents known as the Zazoos, teamed the streets, attacking indiscriminately men, women, and children. It seems these vicious attacks were only a cover for their real targets, the forces of civil protection and peace, our law enforcement, and our German security service friends. These Jewish communist terrorists aim to destroy the very people who bring us safety. But fear not, France herself, emboldened by the patriotic address of Marshal Pétain, fought their vermin back, leading the charge with the best of our youth, gallant in their blue uniforms, the French Popular Youth, the youth wing of Patriot Jacques Doriot's French Popular Party. These young men and women fought back against the terrorists, holding them off until the French police and gendarmes could come onto the scene. Where the violence was extreme and many of our French Popular Youth were injured, they were nonetheless able to capture some of the Jewish communist terrorist leaders before they could plant their bombs. Our new prefect of police, Prefect Amédée Boussière, personally went to the French Popular Party's headquarters and spoke to Chef Jacques Doriot in order to take custody of these criminals. Could the presence of the prefect personally on the scene mean that these men taken into custody were the communists responsible for the filthy murder of the previous prefect, François Bard? If so, then it would be poetic justice for the brave patriotic hero that captured single-handedly the leader of this dirty Jewish communist terror cell was none other than Luc Bard, corporal in the French Popular Youth, the son of the slain Prefect of Police Francois Bard. We expect Bussière will produce results in this investigation shortly, because every day the killers are on the loose is another day we are not safe. We have it on good authority that these same communist assassins who killed Prefect Bard were the same ones who assassinated businessman and nightclub impresario Henri Lefond. Our friends in the German security forces of the SS say they will investigate, but we are certain that the French will solve this crime against the French. The violence of last night was finally pacified by the collaboration of the French police and the German military administration of France, led by General Otto von Stuppnagel. General Stuppnagel's German soldiers came into the support of our French police, bringing peace to the city, exemplifying the benefits of collaboration. In addition to the Jewish communist terrorist ringleaders captured by the French National Youth, the French police arrested 6 French youth at Port Saint-Martin, 17 at the Gare Saint-Lazare, and 25 at the metro station Barbès-Rochechouart, near the Pigalle. In the wake of the attacks last night, German military commander of occupied France, General Otto von Stuppnagel, has made an announcement this morning. The general notes that henceforward, any communist activity whatsoever, no matter how small or innocent seeming, will be regarded as abetting the enemy, and those found guilty must reckon with a death penalty. So, if you see anyone painting V signs or amaranth sickles on the walls of our fair city, turn them in. General Stuppnagel will be departing Paris in a few days on furlough, but he leaves the city in the capable hands of the Commandant of Paris, Lieutenant General Ernst Schaumburg, who has assured us that in General Stuppnagel's absence he will keep the city safe by any means necessary. And now, we play some pleasant French classical music by Poulenc. This is London, the French speaking to the French. This is your host, Pierre Dac. Before we begin, please listen to some personal messages. Prospero goes on vacation. Prospero goes on vacation. Madame wakes early. Madame wakes early. The nose sneezes. The nose sneezes. This is the end of our personal messages. And now the news. We have learned that Radio Paris is back on the air. We say we learned because we cannot hear it ourselves. It seems their signal is weak, just like the character of those who work there. Remember everyone, Radio Paris lies, Radio Paris lies. Radio Paris is German, that is right everyone. While they may speak with you in a French accent, their words are written by the German occupiers. Do not believe anything that station tells you. Instead, listen to us at Radio Londres. So, last night, the forces of fascism reared their true faces as they attacked protesters as they walked peacefully through the streets. Our reporting says that the violence was instigated by undercover German SS secret police in order to justify attacking French citizens, youth whose only crime was to speak their minds. Paris is the city of light and enlightenment, whose culture is one of discussing ideas in the public square and in the cafes. The SS and Gestapo, foreign invaders, underhandedly provoked violence in order to justify attacking the French youth who might question them in order to make us all afraid. But do not be afraid of them. Leader of the Free French, General de Gaulle, stands ready to support all brave French men and women and youth who will undertake acts of resistance in the name of Free France. Do not fall prey to the communist propaganda. France needs only France to free itself from its shackles. It does not need Stalin. The brave protesters last night who were beaten by the SS and the Gestapo were French patriots. They were our youth, not untrustworthy communists. We will free ourselves. And do not fear the Germans. It is clear that the SS is not the fearsome foe they present themselves to be. In desperation, they instigate violence against the French they claim to protect, revealing that they are only there to oppress. There is no collaboration, there is no friendship. And why would they do this? Because they are losing control. Earlier this week, one of the leaders of the French Gestapo, André Lefont, a criminal and a man of low character, was executed by French communist terrorists, and 2 weeks before, the French chief of police was also executed by communist terrorists. The German security forces are incompetent and distracted. It is said even the German military commander of France, General Otto von Stucknagel, will not listen to their fractured leadership anymore. They try to obscure their inability to function by striking out, attacking peaceful young people strolling down the boulevards of Paris, of their home. But it is clear they are stretched thin and in disarray. Keep out, French patriots. Until the Germans are pushed out of France, Pétain is overthrown, and our hero, General de Gaulle, liberates us, none of us will be free. But that day is surely around the corner. Until de Gaulle arrives, prepare for his arrival by frustrating the Germans. You do not need to commit violence like those dirty communists. Violence that only breeds more violence, a cycle of death that is their cause. But, rather, you can slow down your productivity in the factories. Engage in passive resistance to undermine the enemy until de Gaulle and the Free French arrive. And now, the newest jazz hits out of America.
And we are back, coming in just like, a few seconds early. Hey, how are you? I hope you enjoyed our 2 radio broadcasts that let you know a little bit about what's going on. And when past me will translate some of that propaganda into faction actions, because all of that was an indication of a lot of faction actions that happened, mostly thanks to all of the great fate points that you gave the communists, because they were very busy last night. So thank you. And I want to say, I have to listen to the first one again. Crit Twitch, you can find both the first and the second one on our Patreon. There's the After Action Report for December, which is one of my posts, and I do not lock those posts, so anybody who goes to the Patreon can go and see all of those posts and find out what happened. Like, that is all available to you. And both of those radio broadcasts are on the last public post that I made, so you can download them and have them on your own some if you like. And that was just a thing that I did, and I'm hoping that I can spend a little bit of time to do some audio editing just so you can see our cast faces, because they gave me faces, everyone. And then also, you probably have to see my face as I'm being really amused as they're being horrified by what they're listening to, which probably says just a lot about our relationship. It's fine, though. Don't even worry about it. But I did want to read out, we had some donations, and I wanted to read them out for the first half. So the first, I want to say we got a bunch of bits coming in the first half, testing our whether or not our alerts were coming in, and it looks like they did in the end, but we'll see. So I want to thank Lord Arctic Frost, who's given us some a Corgi Stampede, and Coldrake, Critwitch, Your Turn, My Turn, and 4 bits, and then also Rissa, our lovely mod, gave us some bits with the message for Tango's Declaration of Love and Sylvie's Revelation. And then we got $25 from Love Hype and Excite, who did not give us a message, but I assume that the message is full of love, hype, and also excitement is going to be my assumption about that one. Also, we've got a raid from Table Story. Thank you, Table Story, for that raid. We just saw, and I thought about that because we just saw PB's face, who plays our Ophelia, the radio operator in London. So I'm going to Atomic says, by the way, just because I like being mysterious, I'm glad that you like the idea I sent you. It could be interesting someday. Oh yeah, it's true. So, Rissa, so you don't make enough on Patreon to pay the cast therapy bills yet? I do not. I don't think I've hit $150 yet on Patreon. That's like I'm a little bit less than $150 a month, but I pay $400 a month for the cast because I underpay them. They should get more than that. But, we're going to build up our Patreon over time, and at some point in time, it will just work itself out. I am certain. I'm going to bring us into the second half. Thank you, by the way, Rissa, for giving us the Patreon post. You can find the last post there. If you are a patron, Krellin says patron. If you're a patron, you will also be able to get access to the campaign website now, even though it is not finished, and I'm embarrassed for anyone to see it, and I want no one to see it because it's not ready. But everyone else will be able to see it once season 3 starts. But I'm going to just let us dive in to the second half, because I will tell you what, now that you know that Sylvia's pregnant, and now that Tango knows that Sylvia's pregnant, that's going to change some things. And also, for the giveaway. So here's the thing for the giveaway. Thank you for reminding me. So we just finished break. Oh my gosh, there was a whole point. We're going to do our giveaway. Rissa, thank you so much. I was thinking, oh yeah, we just announced the giveaway, but we didn't. We actually announced it 10 minutes ago, and I was just so excited about listening to the radio that I got distracted. This is why I have mods, not to stop you all from being ridiculous, but to stop me from being distracted. So, Nightbot, if you're here, Nightbot, could you pick a winner, please? Coldrake. Okay, so I just want to say something about this real quick. I'm so excited that Coldrake got this because Coldrake is one of our resident historians. Coldrake is always here to give us really cool historical facts, and Coldrake is one of our members of the Academic Foxhole, one of our battle buddies, who is like is always there for really cool info, and also even on other channels. So I feel like this is quite fitting. I feel like this is what was meant to be. And so, Coldrake, I'm going to message you once we start, and I'm going to ask you for a mailing address if you do not mind. And everybody else, that's awesome. Thank you. That is so cool. So I'm going to just tell you about the second half of the show. I'm just gonna. That's really all I need to tell you is that y'all, things happen. That's it. Coldrake is that kind of a nerd. So thank you, everybody. And look, I don't know yet what the giveaway will be for season 3. But there's gonna be one, and it's gonna be brilliant. I'm gonna need months to figure it out. So we're gonna start with the second half right about now, and I will tell you in the second half. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Just gonna tell you. That's it. I really enjoyed the second half. You know what? We're just get ready, everybody. We're going into it. Here we go. we are back, everyone. Hi. So I hope you enjoyed listening to those radio, and I hope whoever won the giveaway enjoys it. We were listening to the radio while we were in break, and you want to know what the best was? What the best was watching their faces as.
Honestly, Trooper, I think you should leave a completely muted video for maybe, I don't know, Patreon or something of our reactions, because y'all.
Oh, it was so brilliant. Oh, I don't think I was recording.
I
don't think I was recording.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
When break started, these pages were blank. They were blank. Now they're not blank anymore.
So exciting. So those two radio broadcasts represented reporting on all of the faction actions that happened during the protests. There are clearly also some conflicting stories in there, and not everything is true because these are propaganda stations after all. But I thought what I would do is let you all see, my dearest chat, what we have going on. So this here is, our oppositional pyramid. And what happened, of course, is that the communists did a bunch of attacks. They went all out spreading some propaganda to get people sort of riled up. And then they did some assaults. And their target was the SS. So what happened was, you can see up here, you can see up there, this is, there we go. This here is there we go. This here is the SS, and all of their stress is completely full up at this point in time, partially because they did some counterattacks, partially because they had a lot of their stress taken up when people were attacking them, and they have no resources left at the moment. They also have two consequences, and that were put on them by a combination of the communists and the communists' subfaction, the Zucchettos. So they have a minor consequence, putting out too many fires. They have a major consequence, which is taking the blame for the protest violence. So they have people are blaming them for the violence that happened with the protests. And then Colette made a phone call to military intelligence, who just did a little on the side, try to undermine the SS just a little bit more, which just a boost on that one. So there's a boost that's hanging out there, that there's been discord sown within the SS. The Carlingu was not actually able to do anything because they were so jacked up from that last conflict that they had no resources left. They've cleared some. The Paris police did not actually take any attacks against the populace. Instead, they tried to consolidate some power. They did, however, they did make a move against the French Popular Party, because the French Popular Party was attacking our communists also quite a lot, and they were successful at capturing some of the Zucchettos, the subfaction, some of their leaders, and they were able to put a consequence on the Zucchettos, who are not doing very well. And the French police, well, the chief of police walked over there, was like, "We want those prisoners that you have," and they said no. There was a roll, and the police have been trying to build up their boosts because it's really hard for them. They have this big severe consequence that their chief was assassinated. I don't know how that happened, but somebody assassinated their previous chief of police, and that is a level 6 consequence, and they are a level 1 faction, which means their top score is a 2. It is very hard for them to clear that, and so they've been building up as the game has gone on, trying to get their resources that maybe they can sort of clear that. And the chief of police used one of the boosts that they had built up in order to get those prisoners from the French Fascist Party. So that's where that is. The Obfair, just a little bit of, and the SS tried to move against the military intelligence, and that just didn't work out for them. So they're all, So the police now have influence on the French Fascist Party. The Carlingu is in sort of disarray. The SS is in a real bad space right now. they're really sort of tapped out, and they're looking really bad in front of everybody. And in terms of our resistance, The communists, the Red Tailors, are also completely tapped out. They've used all of their resources to do this big sort of action, the protest action, and sort of like attacking the SS, and trying to help out their poor little subfaction who, sadly, they have had members captured. So that's sort of where we're at. The Red Tailors are completely tapped out. Their subfaction, the Zucchettos, have got members captured, and the Red Tailors are currently public enemy number one. Everybody wants them, and not in a good way, in a bad way. That's where they're at, and the SS has taken the brunt of a lot of. They look real bad, so they're not doing particularly well either, and that is the current state of our factions, except of course for Bricktops, who, because they were doing a heist, did not spend any of their resources that night, and so they are completely free. And before we started the stream, they spent their reserve to finally get a subfaction. They have finally recruited. They've been doing it so far all along. They now have a subfaction of working women throughout Paris. So they also now have a subfaction, which I'll have to name on that chart for them. So that is sort of where we're at. There was a lot of maneuvering going on, because once the SS started getting hit pretty hard by a bunch of people making them look bad and also maybe bombing a couple of things, they tried to move back. And and people, then there were opportunists who were like, oh, interesting, why don't we just poke at you all? And that is where we are in terms of the large city. And when we pull up on our day, it is still the Friday afterwards. People have not really recovered, like things are still in flux, and it is still morning, and we have Sylvie and Tango have just had an important conversation up on the roof. Charlie has left because she just does not trust Oscar, which is, by the way, one of his consequences. So that's what's causing him trouble. It's one of his consequences. And so she does not trust him. So she's left in a bit of a... She's left in a state.
Maybe in a huff.
In a
huff.
huff.
Word.
In a huff. And Regina's going to go and find her fiance, who the last time we heard, he was dead. So let's start with Oscar, who had set up a meeting with Tristan, who, let's be honest, probably should not come to meet Oscar. Why? Because clearly he's busy. Clearly there are a lot of things going on for the Gestapo. He probably should not be off in the street meeting an agent that has nothing to do with, I don't know, communist badness. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the person in charge of all of occupied France has said now any kind of aiding and abetting of communists can give you the death penalty, right? So anything, right? So he should probably be busy with that, but he's going to meet Oscar anyway. Once he gets the word that Oscar wants a meetup, he certainly confirms that to meet up like in a nice stroll, so that you're in public and no one can overhear what you're saying. Yes, he's meeting with his secret agent rather than dealing with whatever stuff is going on in the city. So let's find ourselves on, let's say, the Champs-Élysées. So a nice, broad, beautiful, sort of wide street where people are sort of walking. It's sort of morning and people are about. No one would be able to overhear what you're saying, or maybe even sort of pay too much attention to you. And he is overlooking, we're probably actually by the Seine, right? So he's probably on the walkway, right, alongside the Seine, and he's standing, leaning on the rails, overlooking the wide river that's the heart of Paris, waiting for your arrival.
Oscar would have done a bit to kind of camouflage himself. He might take the extraordinary step he may even have something that stands out a bit, more of a flowery, summery outfit on, something with a high collar.
Mm-hmm.
a pair of glasses,
Mhm.
a light scarf,
Hmm.
something I'm sure he, hodgepodged from downstairs at Bricktops, but he would walk up and he would lean back against the railing that Tristan is kind of elbowed on,
Mhm.
and he would start without any pleasantries at all and say, I need all of the information that you have on any existing cell in the city.
Now, before he responds, I'm just going to say a couple things, just for chat's sake as well. So, in Fate, there are these fate points, and you can use them to compel or invoke. Invokes are mechanical, right? So, like, you can invoke your own aspects to get a +2 or a reroll on a roll. You can also do a hostile invoke, so that they have an aspect that you think that you could submit a fate point on to get a +2 or a reroll. That would also work. So, like, maybe you don't have an aspect that is relevant in that situation, but they do. So you could invoke them. You can invoke one of their aspects. You would give them the fate point, but right, that can happen. Or you can compel. And when you compel, that is not mechanical, it's narrative. And there are two types of compel. There's situations happen because of your aspect, or people would make certain kind of decisions because you're an aspect. So, for example, Sylvie used to have, can't, that she mouths off as one of her. She no longer does because of the, and
She still tries.
She still tries, but being a person who mouths off means you could say, hey, Sylvie, I feel like you tend to mouth off, and this is a situation where you might mouth off. I will compel you. I will give you a fate point if you mouth off and give yourself a lot of trouble. And she could say yes or no. If it's something that actually doesn't fit the aspect at all, then that's just like you don't have to pay for it. But if it's within the aspect, then you would have to pay for it if you didn't want to do it. Or you could say, because Regina's season 1 original trouble aspect was burned German agent. So you could say, as a situation aspect, that because she's a burned German agent, I think it would make sense in this situation for somebody from her past to be on the street and see her and recognize her. And then she could say, ooh, I do not want that. Here's a fate point. Or she'll take my fate point and have that happen. And I just mentioned this because everybody has aspects, including all of our PCs, but also our not PCs. They also have aspects. And our heroes, they have a sheet, a handout with all of the aspects of all of the people that they know. They don't know all the aspects, but they know quite a few, and they've sort of discovered some that they can use if they wanted to at any time by giving up fate points, and I can either accept it or not. We'll see how that goes. And I'm just bringing this up because, just in case you were interested, right now, Oscar's chatting with his very best friend, Tristan Hassel. And Tristan Hassel has, at this point, 2 known aspects. The high aspect, which, the high aspect of everybody that you're dealing with, and his trouble aspect, his high aspect. Now, why are you giving me life right now? There we go. His high concept is, let me get it for you.
It's something about obsession, isn't it? Obsessed. Obsessed Gestapo commander, something like that.
Yeah. Obsessed commander of the Gestapo in Paris is the high concept. And you do know his trouble aspect. Most of the time you don't know people's trouble aspects, but sometimes you discover them. You can research people's stuff. And his trouble aspect is sees enemies everywhere. So those are the aspects that you know about Tristan Hassel. And then, of course, the third use of your fate point is you can spend a fate point to change the story, like if something makes sense within your background or something like this. And I'm just putting it out there for no reason, but just in case you wanted to know, those are the things you can do with fate points.
What a segue, Trooper, because see, what I was going to do was I was going to compel the aspect that no one else knows about that happened in my solo episode, which is he trusts me more than he trusts anybody else that he's currently dealing with. And so that's my compel. Tell me what
you want to compel. Give it to me.
Well, he wants to compel that aspect that we established in my solo, that he needed an ear, he needed a hand, and I was it, or Oscar was it. So Oscar, he doesn't demand when he sits down. This is a continuation of a conversation that was ended before. And at the end of that conversation, things were as efficient as they could be. And as he leans back, using and compelling that trust that was established, he says, I need your records and files on any known sailors in the entire city.
So the compel is that you're saying to me that he would give you this information is the compel.
Absolutely. Trust me, he needs somebody. He's in the corner, painted and in the boxing corner. He's been jabbed to oblivion.
Will I take this compel or not? Well, I don't mind having a fate point. Why don't you get rid of one of your fate points? No, I'm just going to take one of your fate points. I'm going to group fate point.
No, I'll take you. I'll use. I'm doing mine.
All right. No, I'm just going to take that fate point because I don't mind having a few more. Now, of course, how he responds is he frowns as if clearly he's going to say no, and he goes, "That is a lot of information to have. I don't know if I can just give you all my records. Why is this relevant?"
It's because I wish not to be shot anymore, Tristan.
He looks you up and down, and then he notices that you have been shot.
Yeah, I mean, his side.
Yeah,
what he would do is he would open the shirt down to the point where it could show the bandages.
What happened?
I don't know, Tristan. This city is a war zone.
Yes.
What did happen?
But more importantly, have you found out anything about... have you found proof of the conspiracy?
The only proof that I can find right now is that Calvé is dead. They are on to you, my friend. And that means they are on to me.
And you can see, like, the news that Calvé is dead is news to him. He did not know it. And he seems not to be pleased. What happened to Calvé?
It is unknown. I'm not sure if it was these communists or perhaps another cell. That is why I need this information. You have sent me in here with a hand tied behind my back and 2 blinders on. There's no information. This is what happened to the Arctic wolf. The Arctic fox is the name.
This should not be. This is not even about the resistance cells. It's about military intelligence. It's about their plot. I know they are plotting.
He would turn and he's not going to offer anything that would be considered condescending. But he would reach over and grab his forearm just above the wrist and just squeeze it for a second and then quickly pull his hand away. This is a finely played game, Tristan. And I fear that you may be losing.
Calvé took me for a fool.
Anyway. Yes, he did. What did you tell him, Tristan?
Nothing of import.
Then he took nothing with him to the grave.
No, but he double-crossed me. So I'm glad he's dead, but I'm not happy that it wasn't you who did it. Because if someone killed him, then who?
This is a good question.
I bet he was killed by military intelligence. They must have figured out he was working for me. So they killed him, but that makes no sense.
Tristan, can I give you a theory? You're talking now about obsession with military intelligence, of one of which I share similar attention, but have you thought how this would look towards Berlin?
What else have I been thinking about?
This does not look good.
That's why we need the evidence. This is why you're here. If we don't get the evidence, they can...
Have you ever thought, Tristan, that if there is no evidence and you do not get it in time, it will be you on the other end of the firing squad?
I have thought about this, Oscar. This is why I asked for you to be here. We cannot let them win. We cannot let them win. And you can tell he's holding back being really angry about something, like he's mad about something. They are not interested in my series, which tells me a few things. None of them are good. They are going to kill Hitler. Them.
They're going to try.
Right now, we're the only ones who care about this. Everyone else cares about nothing of importance. Care about things that are meaningless.
Tristan, you can agree that you've pulled me into this. This is far greater than what you explained to me.
I don't understand the point of the records of the resistance cells.
I need to share something with you. Now that I am part of this, I am hip deep in the cess that is Parisian politics. Berlin wanted me to look at you too. I have told them nothing.
By the way, for the record, he does not need to roll a deceive check for that. Just noting it, because that is not a lie. I have always been loyal. Via bite. And he takes your forearm. He takes your forearm as if like this is. Listen to me. They are losing the purpose of what we're doing here. Our job is to protect the Reich from enemies.
Tristan, you are fighting a war. You are shooting purpose, and they are shooting bullets.
Tell me how having these records will help you. I don't see how this leads back to military intelligence at all.
It is a selfish reason, Tristan. I do not wish to be shot.
But you have a good cover. They think you're... How did you get shot?
So did Calvé. These are gangs roving the streets. This Bricktops is... I will continue my investigation, but they are not. There are others. Military intelligences, I believe, through them all. I am not unconvinced that they aren't working with the communists.
Who?
At least in some shadowy way.
Military intelligence?
I need the names of these cells. I need to tie them together.
If you could tie the resistance...
Yes, I know my job.
I will get you these records. If you could... I'm not a fool. Oscar. I'm not a fool. I know. I know how they talk about me. Do you have any more information on Carlotta? This secretary.
You are absolutely correct. She is involved.
But she is just a secretary. She's no one. So who is she connected to?
That is my question. I don't know who is providing her with information that she has, or when what way her strings have reached down to the street level. But she is working with someone.
I must know.
Need to know these cells.
I'll give you this information. Listen, Is it a new head? Is it Oscar Riley? Is it him? Who? I want to know. I believe, this goes all the way to the top, I believe it's the entire military intelligence organization is through and through rotten traitors.
Who have you shared this with?
Be careful. You don't share this with... This is too heavy. It's too
You do not
much.
share this with anyone, Tristan.
No.
They already suspect you. If one of these moles that you talk of is high on the food chain, then I will be at your funeral in the casket beside you.
Give me a deception?
Sure. It's great.
I will roll his empathy. I'm going to spend one of my fate points, because I have 5, to make that a 5. And I will be invoking his aspect up on politics, like sort of like in on the political game.
I'm going to use my earlier boost, knowing the military might that is currently in Paris, with the idea that Tristan's not the only player in town anymore.
Yeah. He looks at you. Listen. The list that Mark Calvé gave me, that I gave you. Have you looked at it?
Yeah.
I want your advice on something.
You will have it.
As someone who is excellent at what you do, as an outsider. Give me this list, and it's clearly a trap, this list, as he gave me.
He wants you to pursue the names.
Of course he did. But pursuing those names would get me killed, because then I'd be suing my boss and all of that, and these people would not be part of a plot to kill Hitler.
So, the question is, who was Calvé? Who was he really working for?
I want to ask you this question. And I need you to think very, very carefully before you answer it. That list is clearly a false list. I do not believe for one moment that those men met with Colette. I have not spoken with them, of course, because I could not bring up this meeting without supposed meeting, without compromising. So maybe she never even met with anyone at all. Maybe she did. And this is like very hard for him for a moment. I could imagine that perhaps Theodore Daneker is on this list. He works under me. He is not interested. He's only interested in one thing. Jews. That's all he cares about. He talks to Berlin all the time. All of them, they are so interested in things. Communists and Jews, they're not interested in the most serious enemies. And Daneker undermines me. Do you think it's possible that he did meet with her? I did a bit of looking carefully, and Daneker was out of the office That's the times that Calvé said this meeting took place. In Knochen, it's difficult to ever know when he is or isn't here. I've never even seen him in his face. He's always so... He hides a lot, Knochen. I know what he looks like, but most people here do not know what he looks like. He pretends to be a regular soldier very often to spy on what people say about him. He walks the streets himself. I don't know if he was in or out. He keeps his books close. But what if they did meet with her? Can you find this out? I cannot ask, but it's possible.
I could try, but
At least see if the low-level people, I don't know why I did meet with her. It makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense, and that's why it's so strange, because they would not meet with some secretary, but yet he gives me this list that insists that they did. So either he takes me for a complete fool, which was his undoing, or there might be something to it. I would appreciate if you look into it. It seems important.
the true list, the list of whoever was meeting to whisper in the shadows where all revolutions start. This true list could easily have killed Calvé because he's a loose end. He's sloppy.
Yes. So, I would request of you, Oscar, that you, if you can, put in a good word for me to Berlin. Look into this list that Calvé gave me. See if it is false or it's not false. Find out why the people of the SS are not interested, or they're too interested in these. They want to spend all of their resources on this Roma and Jews and communists and Bohemians.
Tristan, he reaches over and again grabs his forearm for a second. I need the list. I need pictures or a description of this. What is this, Knochen? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
I need to be able to make sure that if I am looking around for the people on this list, that I'm not talking to this man.
Would you like to roll or would you like to compel?
What is that, a rapport?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to take the roll for it.
Okay.
Oh, that's not the right one. Where's my other one?
Mm-hmm. We are, I rolled a 3, you rolled a 7. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Right. That's by 4. I'm gonna That is good. That is a good stunt. Yeah. Okay. Well, his stunt is he gets a +2 to defend when dealing with his obsession, which puts him up at 5. So I'm going to stay there so that it does not succeed with style. And he'll nod. So, all right.
I would like to boost mine so I can succeed with style. I'm going to spend my last fate point because I would like if I could put can I put an aspect on him then? If I or a boost, or what do I get for that?
Well, you'd get a boost for that because you're trying to overcome, sort of try to convince him. I'm gonna use one of mine because he is obsessed with this to make it again so that we're just 2 apart. Because I don't need you getting an extra boost on him. That seems inappropriate. You know, that just seems inappropriate.
Also, I'm out of fate points. So
you have a bunch as a group, though.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend everybody else's.
All right.
I mean, we have
Look,
like
playing
10
this
in
man
there.
is gonna.
We have 10 in there, and Sylvie
You have
has a
been
personal
given
vendetta against him. So,
permission to put your hand in the cookie jar, Oscar.
like, there's a lot in there. Like, this pile is vast right now.
Well, yeah, they go quickly though. So I'll if the group allows it, I will spend the extra one just to get the boost.
I know we're talking about because I had to go get some water, but yeah, I'm for it.
I would say get a boost on him.
What's the aspect?
Do I have to compel his aspect?
No, you have
or
to
it's
give me an
mine?
asset that gives you the ability to use that fate point.
Right.
Or you can or you could compel his, but then you'd give it to me.
Right. I don't want to do that.
I mean, you could.
I am doing the show must go on.
Okay.
As he wants to have the position on this person.
I will give you that boost. Listen, Knochen is strange. He has a habit of pretending to be a regular security in meetings and just listening to see what people say. Most people at Avenue Foch don't even know what he looks like. Just myself, Danica knows. Some of the other higher-ups know what he looks like, but he... blonde, square-jawed, blue eyes, sort of square. And he describes him, and as he describes him, it matches exactly the description of one of the people in Calvé's list. And I will note that Calvé, if nobody has seen Knochen, would not know what Knochen looks like. So if he has a list with a description of Knochen, he must have seen Knochen go into that meeting with Colette, because he would, if nobody knows what it looks like, there's no way he'd be able to get a description that matches that perfectly if he were just making it up. And so he describes him to you as this. There's a little moment where he just sort of, he collapses. He doesn't collapse like physically, but there's like a sag in his shoulders as he says, none of them care about things that matter. Knochen goes off in the streets and stabs people with a stiletto knife because he thinks he should be hands-on, and he's not really. He was a field agent first, and he was just promoted to the head of the SS just because he was here. And he's not cut out for this, and and Danica just... Oscar, these people only want to deport Jews to places, and they don't care about what really matters.
Then, my friend, you must button your lip.
They are moving against me.
Yes, they are.
I must tell you something. A head came to the office the other day in a box. It's delivered to Knochen. He showed it to all of us, myself, Danica. He threw it at my desk. It's a good desk. Got blood everywhere. It was one of our French Gestapo Carlignos' auxiliary. Throws his head on my desk, asking me what I was doing, that my people are getting killed this way. I didn't stop it. And he took it over to the Majestic, to our General Otto von Stubnagel. Wanting more power, wanting more influence, making some sort of case that the military is not equipped enough to take care of crimes in the city, is that all of these things should be out of the hands of the military intelligence and in our hands, and the general didn't go for it. Nah. This is bad. I don't trust any of this. You have to work to do something. I don't know when this coup is going to happen. We have to. I will get you the records. I will leave them. It's a cafe. There's a... You know our cafe. Go.
I know the one.
2 days' time. Ask for... the person's there. Just ask for a loaf of bread or something. So I'll give you a package. But you have to. You have to find out who's that woman is working with, and you have to find out if any of my people are involved, if this is... You have to. We don't have time.
Oh, dear Tristan, you must assume that your people are involved.
Someone is out to get me. You are the only one here that I can trust because you're not from here. You're from Berlin.
Tell no one that I'm here.
No.
No records, no.
No. I will go. There's much trouble on Avenue Foch. Everyone's very angry. There's heat.
I will need some more money as well. This place is a sieve. They only speak in
Yes.
Deutschmarks.
Yeah. I will leave it also in the package. But give me something about this Bricktops. I need something. I need something. They will come asking for information. I need it. I wish I could just kill that woman.
What woman is this?
This is Colette.
She is not associated with the Bricktops. I know that they are infrequent visitors to this club. I'm still trying to figure out exactly why you sent me here and your obsession with them being part of military intelligence.
Because
they are in the know, Tristan, but they are not anything that would be a part of this.
Deception.
That's good. It's not great, but it's good.
Good enough for a few fate points.
Fantastic.
Let me see.
And I'm going to get that boost for my obsession, which brings me up to an 8.
This would be a fine time to use some too, if you need to. Just saying.
Okay. You're going up to an 8. Then I am not going to ask anybody else because I need this to succeed. So I will use the boost that I have on him.
Yep.
And I will also use my free invoke of Paris's dance partner.
Yeah.
And as I bring up everything that's going on, Bricktops has no association with this. I will point over in the square where we're walking, and there will be a sign, a placard, a bill for Bricktops. And I will just point over and indicate, they are club, Tristan. And I'll spend 1 fate point from the group.
Before you do, there's one option for you before you spend that fate point.
Sure.
Bricktops has a stunt. And that is you have Falca's secret records. If you can make that tie into this, you can get the +2 from that stunt from Bricktops.
I know that they're not in the secret records.
Give it to him.
Yeah, there's no...
And he says, no, but I have paperwork proving that they're working for military intelligence. He says that they're not, but I've seen the paperwork. When they took that woman out of my company.
He would not answer, but he puts on his face a look of somebody that just doesn't believe that. I don't know, Tristan. It doesn't. None of that adds up.
Tell me why. We all know that this Falke likes to recruit people. It makes sense.
It seems more like this is a false trail, something to draw you away from the real target. I will continue to look, but...
Should I pull you out then?
Yeah?
With Bricktops.
Give me... It is a good place to meet, and I already have a cover there, so if in a few weeks' time I have nothing, yes, you must pull me out. If Berlin does not do it first.
I hope they don't pull you out. All right, then. Can you give me some sort of fabrication about the Bricktops so I can justify your staying here longer? If you give me something, then I can say that you must stay in this place.
Do you want me to falsify something?
No, of course not. This is, would be... I don't want you pulled back to Berlin without evidence. This would be an embarrassment.
Just give me those files. I'll find you something.
All right. 2 days' time. You know the cafe.
Also, this is the Bricktops. It is a hub. There are talks and rumors. Most of it is bullshit, but some of it is very useful. Do you have... They've lost a transformer. They have no electricity. Is there vacant buildings that we could scavenge one from? I need that place operational. I need to be able to hear.
I see. I will look into it. It has to be. I will see. I will bring it into the package if I can get it. And you can tell he's so disturbed by all of this. All of this is so bad. And he just sort of gets up and he starts walking away and he says, and he doesn't, that's it. He, like, it's, you can tell it's like all in his mind, all of it, them, right?
When he turns around, he would wink at Tristan, like a keep the faith type of thing.
And he sort of like turns up his collar and he walks off into the street, and you can see that he's being sort of like, once he gets around the corner so that whoever's there wouldn't have seen you, there are people out there. And he has the most disturbed look on his face because it is not good. Clearly, it's not good.
Oscar would wait a couple minutes, stand up, spit beside him, and leave.
And at the police station, Regina arrives to a place that is in a little bit of chaos. There are people everywhere. It is like full. There are all sorts of people who are looking to find their loved ones. There was a major thing yesterday, and a lot of people were arrested, and it is chaos at this moment. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I thought I muted myself. I said I'm supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So Regina walks right up to the front desk, or whoever's helping.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lieutenant there, and he looks a little overwhelmed.
In German. Oh, well, no, I bet he's French, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's French. Okay, in French, Regina Berger, fiance to Luke. Oh, that fast?
Yeah, they were waiting for you, it seemed. At the minute you said your name, he puts his hand up and he looks through and he goes, one moment. And he sort of snaps, and somebody who's clearly like a smaller level, like a regular police officer, sort of comes up, and he goes, "Sir," he's like, "This is the fiance of the hero." And the guy nods and says, "Mademoiselle, if you would come with me." And then he kind of stops and he looks at you, and he kind of just goes like this, like there's a thing apparently. You don't know what that's about, but it's kind of like a check you out, like, oh, okay. And he sort of takes you back into the back of the police station. And he's got a bit of an air about him, which I don't think you know what it is just yet. And he opens a door and there's an interrogation room. And in the interrogation room is Luke. And Luke is sitting there in this, right? He's sitting in this interrogation, which is empty. There's nobody else in there. It's just him. And he's wearing his blue uniform of the French National Youth. And he's got a black eye. And he's sitting there looking kind of glum. And when he sees you, he stands up immediately. And the police officer, the regular police officer who has brought you in, gives him this sort of, how would you describe it? Like, ooh, hey, you 17-year-old got this, like, hot
This
adult woman,
older
like,
woman.
oh, like,
This hot older woman.
like, oh, like, okay, like, because like they didn't know what his fiance was gonna look like, and it was not somebody who was 18, and so there's just like
Yeah.
and
Okay. I look to the man at the door who brought me in. And I say, I didn't catch your name.
oh, so Renee, and he, you can tell he's a little bit off of his game, right? Because that is an age gap.
Renee.
And he just turns to Luke and he goes, Corporal, you have to go and identify as the suspects as soon as you can. Whenever you're finished with your fiance, then we will bring you into the lineup. And then he stops and he has this grin. He goes, I can see why you did not want us to call your mother. And he just sort of like nods in Regina's direction.
Do I hear this?
Yeah, you do, because he's not hiding the fact that he's talking about you in front of your face.
Did I miss a joke?
Nope. And he just sort of like leaves the room and shuts the door. And the minute the door shuts, Luke just turns to you in a slight panic. They want me to identify the men that I saw who
Why?
killed my father. They have a lineup of suspects, and I'm supposed to say which ones was the ones that killed my father.
Do you know who they've rounded up?
That's why I called you. And because you said the thing about the fiance, and so I thought it was a good cover, but
It is a good cover. They're still not going to believe it.
why not? I could. You could be my fiance.
Maybe 10 years ago. It's not an insult on you, Luke.
So, I know these things that they're going to have a mix of people who are actual suspects and people who are not. And and he sort of, it's a little awkward for him. And he just sort of stands close to you, very close, so that if anybody might be listening, they wouldn't be able to listen. And he looks a little awkward, and he decides to give you a hug because, you know, you're his fiance. And so he gives you a hug and like a kiss on the cheek. And he goes, I know that you and Sylvie went out to meet them that time, you know, on the bicycle. That you went out there, so you must have seen their faces. And I do not know. I could not identify them myself, but I figured that you have seen them before. So if I'm supposed to identify them, then I thought you could be there with me and you could tell me which ones.
Okay. Give me a moment. I hate to do this to you, Luke, but you're going to need to be emotionally fragile.
What?
Great. I need you to maintain this. To convince them that I need to go with you to identify. I'll hold your hand. As we go down the line, I'll squeeze twice for no, once for yes. I take his hands. I like twice for no, once for yes. Right?
But they didn't do it, though.
They did not. You could just tell them that none of them are the suspects.
But I think we have to.
Unfortunately, I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm sorry, Luke. We will, when this is done, make a trip. I think, maybe it will help you.
I want to talk with you about what happened later.
Last night? Did you kill anyone?
No.
Good. Are you okay?
No. But, the prefect, he came and he got me away from them. So, he says it's almost all over. I identify the suspects who killed my father, and then I can stop all of this.
Is that what you would like to do?
I had to, beat someone last night. And he starts crying, and he kind of buries his head in your shoulder.
I forgive you. I know I am not that man.
And he looks up at you, but she will not forgive me.
Who?
Nina, you remember?
I do.
She saw me and she...
When this war is won, and all is done, remember what you said you wanted when it was all over?
I wanted to
Then,
be...
when it's done, she can see all that you've given.
This feels bad.
It is bad. It's
I
all bad.
lost my only friends. Well, I mean, my age. Although they're a bit older, but... You know.
May I tell you something? If you were to wake up tomorrow morning and decide to defect from all of this to go be with your friends, it would not change my opinion of you. I would still just be Regina. So I tell you this because you don't have to walk in there and accuse those men not to be able to come back to Bricktops. Not for any reason.
If what happened last night, if I did that to keep cover, and I don't follow through, then I suppose it's all pointless what I did. It was a waste. So...
Just think. When it's all over, and she finds out that you were an undercover hero. I imagine she'll be rather grateful. All your friends might be.
I don't know. I know that some of them are arrested now. Somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Come, help me with this. And then you can just go.
Of course.
And he looks like a wreck. He looks so upset. And he goes to open the door of the interrogation
Before
room.
he goes, I kind of catch it with my hand and I say, remember.
2 for
You're
no,
just
1 for
a-
yes.
But it is, you're just a mouthpiece, right? I'm the one saying yes and no.
That's why I asked you to marry me, because you're so kind.
Yes. Others might disagree with you.
Well, tell them I'd punch them if they say anything bad about you.
Be careful, Luke. You might eat those words tonight.
I don't know how you do this. All of you all in Bricktops, I don't know how you do this every day.
What else are we supposed to do?
Nothing else. And he opens the
Would
door.
you like to get up and be ignorant to
No.
the problems?
No, he says, and there's like a guard out there, and he, sort of looks a little flustered. And they're going to take you into a lineup of like 20 people in this lineup. And a mix of people, some of whom are probably suspects, some who are not. Some of them have been beaten, some of them have not. And when you get there, there's a pause because they want the chief of police to be there to see this, because he is invested in making sure that this goes properly, that it's done properly. And he sees you, this older man, and he walks up to Luke and he goes, "Well, tell the truth, and that is all that matters. There'll be no false confessions this time. Make sure to tell the truth, young man. It will be all right." And he just sort of puts his shoulder on, he sort of pats Luke's shoulder, and he sort of nods for you two to walk. And you see people, many of whom you don't know. But there are 5 that you recognize. You saw them, and you would not forget them because you had a feast with them when you got the radios. They were from outside of the city. They were from the barn, Jeff's farm. And you had a meal with them. You broke bread, and there was dancing, and it was fun for people. And there are 5 that you recognize from being from that cell. What do you
Give
do?
him 3.
Give him 3?
I guess Regina, eeny, meeny, miny, moes it.
And he points out each one. And when he points them out, people that he's never seen before, the chief of police checks with his notes, and it confirms, like, it is the proper identification. It is not a mistake. And when it's done, he turns to Luke and he says, "Young man, you have done a good job. Because of this, fewer people will be saved, because you have found the culprit. You have done a very good deed for Paris this day. We will need you for a secret tribunal to testify against them, knowing the Majestic, it will probably be tomorrow. So we'll just need you to... I will come and pick you up at your mother's apartment for the testimony. I have an appointment, so you are free to go." And he just squeezes your hand, and he will go to walk out with you.
Yeah, I'll let him lead the way. Regina leads him from there to the truck. And he's gonna have to go with me to deliver it.
Meanwhile, the chief of police goes off to go and meet Sylvie. He has a lunch date with her, leaving Tango alone at Bricktops. What do you do, Tango?
It's been a day.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be at Bricktops and he's going to make himself a sandwich. He's going to take out a bottle of the nicest wine they have and set it in front of him. He's going to stare at it and smile like a jackass. He says to himself out loud, he says, "Today, everything changes."
Make an athletics roll.
I was just about the monologue, whoever you are. My athletics is crap.
Okay. Let me make my shoot roll.
Oh.
Let me make my shoot roll, and we'll see how that goes. About to be a father. Let me just pick that up, shall we? Yes. Where are you, my friend? I need your score. I believe it's a 4. I have it. I pretty much have it memorized. Yeah, because he actually is better at fighting than he is at shooting. Yep. Oh no, it's a 5. I'm gonna roll for this right now. And as you are about to monologue and think about
Life in Paris. Oh no.
a shot rings out.
So bad. I already have so many consequences.
What would you like?
I have a moderate and I have a severe.
This right now, you can only soak 4, and that's a 5. This will take you out.
Yeah. I either die now, but I won't.
How about some of these fine
Yeah. I'm about to take a
here on the
point.
table?
Oh, no. We don't have to be that dramatic. All right. I'm going to take that. I'm going to say nose for a double cross.
Yes.
Because things were just too damn good.
Yep.
You know, when you're going through life and then sometimes you're like, things just keep happening, and then something happens that you really wanted to happen because he had always wanted to be a father. You needed that anchor to settle him down. And then I think when he looked at the wine bottle, he saw from the like the glint of the wine bottle something. So he's going to take that. Sure, that's 2. It's still what, 3?
Yep, it's 3
that he has to take, but it's at least not everything he has.
And there's going to be a gun bonus of 2. So you're going to need to spend more fate points if you do not want to die.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to spend my other fate point.
And what's the aspect?
He can use Bricktop's aspects as well, right?
Yes, he can.
Yeah,
yes, he can.
So what if I use Bricktops? Let me get to there. That aspect sheet. Oh my God, this is.
Oh, let me get
my heart's racing right now.
Sorry, let me put the stressful music back on because I feel like you probably need that.
Put the stressful music back on because that's really going to help me out.
As you're being shot by guess who? Guess. Just guess.
Oh, is it my mortal enemy?
It is your mortal enemy. It is.
We're ending this now.
Secret admirer?
Not if you get taken out.
All right.
Let me tell you, Pete doesn't.
Okay, so let's use Bricktop Brigade, and we're gonna say safe house of preservation for the future.
Yeah,
the high concept, sure.
Yes,
but
yes.
Basically, it's preserving.
Yeah, that's 4
preserving
to 5.
me specifically.
Yeah. No, and also you have a child to think about, so I feel like that counts. Yes.
Yeah, preservation for the fucking future.
That's 4
Yeah.
to 5, and he's going to get a +2, so that's going to be
Me
4 to
and
7.
Tiny Tango. We got to
Yep.
figure this out.
And anything else?
I don't know if there's anything else I can do. Is there?
What are you?
I mean,
You've used yours personal, yeah? Yep.
use my personal, and then I guess is that a group fate point, and then we.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I'm going to go and delete that one if you, unless you did it. So I'm deleting
good.
that one.
So
That's what, 4?
you're going to take 3 at this moment.
I'm going to take 3.
You're going to take 3.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything else I could possibly do, unless we use the new group we have. The working women.
Do we have any free invokes on Pete?
You have the free invoke of the crate of coffee, chocolate, and money. You could say he stumbled over it in the back because he tried to like charge in on you or something.
Or you have
Okay.
some cover?
If you're behind the bar, perhaps.
Yep.
Okay, because I could
Yes.
have been making myself a sandwich. Pull
Yes.
the,
Yes.
All right, let's do that. So is that another fate point?
It is another fate point.
Oh man, I'm sorry, y'all, but otherwise,
No, do it.
Tango's dead.
That's
Because he is in bad shape.
that's 1 stress you must take. 1 shift that you have to take.
All right, well, I'm going to go and take that stress. I'm going to say it's physical.
Yep. And you turn around and you see him. He's
Crazy
there.
Pete.
Crazy Pete. His shoulder is bandaged. It's in a sling. And he's got this gun out. And he has this look of pure hatred as he shoots at you. And tell me how you don't take this damage.
I would like it to be a movie moment where he, like pure Hollywood moment, where Tango takes a sandwich, he eats it, he puts the sandwich down, he takes out the wine, it's like, and from here on, everything changes. And that's where the wine glass like bursts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was the nicest wine glass.
Yep.
And he just slowly pans over to Crazy Pete. And he just drops the neck of the wine glass. He's like, this is the wrong day, Mr. Crazy Pete. All right? You could just leave right now. And I bet he's not. So we're just going to shoot it out.
I'm just
so what I
asking
would
if
like-
you pass their action. You're going to give it to him again? Or you're going to take an action
Yeah.
instead? No?
Oh, is it my action now?
It is your action because he has to pass it to you.
So at that point, I'm going to thank the gods for Oscar. Because he hid guns everywhere.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
And I'm
Everywhere.
going to drop the glass
Yep.
with my right hand. And
Yep.
my left hand, I'm going to pull out a revolver
Yep.
that Oscar had hidden. I'd love it if it actually had an engraving on some kind of Oscar-like thing. But he's going to just take it out and shoot.
Okay.
But this is my first action, so I'm going to do a never trust Tango.
How do you? Oh, because you're whipping out of nowhere. So that makes sense.
It's a
Yeah.
stunt.
Yeah.
So my stunt is never trust Tango, which means I can use a deception instead of anything else for my first combat.
Yep.
So I'm going to use my deception.
Yep. What weapon is it, by the way?
This is going to be a revolver,
Okay.
like with like a almost like a. I don't know guns. I know that it like revolvers look really cool, and that's what I'm going with here.
3 to your 4.
Okay. Man.
Do you want to use that free boost on guns where you least expect them?
Yes. Yes.
That will bring you.
Fighting for my life right now because there's no one else around. It's just me.
There is no one else
Use
around.
as much as you can. Put as much damage on him as possible.
That is what you want.
Before he gets another shot.
You are 6 to 3 at the moment.
Okay.
Does this gun have the ammo aspect that he can just fan the hammer?
It does. If you do, then you'll be out of ammo.
Be out of ammo, but it.
You can't really take too much more damage anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your dad to
You know
be
what? Let's do as much damage as we can. We're going to fan the ammo. And you know
Okay.
what? I'm just going to hope
8 to 3.
that- yeah. I'm going to do some crazy stuff after this, some chaos stuff, and we'll see if I'm alive.
Do you want to boost any further? You're currently 8 to 3.
8 to 3.
Are there any other boosts in the bar right now?
Yeah, I was going to say,
There are no boosts on the bar, but there are aspects you could use. He's going to use lights out on bricktops to say that actually it's a little bit harder for you to aim because it's dark, which will make it 8 to 5.
then hold on.
Mm-hmm. That's what he's going to do. As it's dark, right? Like it's sort of dim. You've got that muzzle flash. It's not so easy to see what's going on. 8 to 5.
Let me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I will tell you the number you want if you can get it, because he has 2 consequence slots, a 4 and a 2, and the 4 is used because you shot him earlier. So you need to beat 5.
Where is he at now?
He has a mild slot open, and he has his biggest physical stress is 3, so that's 5. So if you can hit 6, you will take him out.
And where am I at now at this point?
He's at 5, you're at 8, so you're at 3 up. And if you hit, you'll get a bonus 2, so that's 5.
Ooh.
Okay. What if...
And remember, he's hard to kill, and he's gonna use that aspect. Just remember it.
I understand.
This is time for some fate points. This is your fate, right? This is whether or not...
Here's what I would like.
Mm-hmm.
We just got this working women
Yes.
new group.
Mm-hmm.
What I would love is if I can evoke unnoticed working women of Paris.
Mm-hmm.
And what if we had just hired somebody
Mm-hmm.
to work maybe for the bar, like the rooftop,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and they come in for like their first day essentially, and we were going to talk to them about things, and that's just a moment all this is going down, and
As a
that's
bit of a
just
distraction.
enough, and that's enough of a
Yeah.
distraction
Yes. Yes.
that I get a clearer shot.
Okay, spend the fate point. And so you spin around, right? As he is certain in his rage and fury, and you spin to shoot at him, and he's going to dodge as a woman, a cleaning woman, walks in from the back room. You are currently at 10 to his 5. And he will spend his fate point hard to kill to bring him up to a 7. So it is 10 to 7.
I bet he would. That's fine. It's his turn now.
Then no, we're not done.
Right.
I want to know if you want to spend more fate points. Because you can spend more as long as you have an aspect for it.
If you can, you should.
Give me a second. I can bullshit anything. All right.
You need to know, why can you push your fate at this moment?
Okay.
You just can't use the same aspect twice.
No. I'm going to use this. Unlikely leader. But if we take this as a roleplay moment and we change leader to the unlikely father, fighting to survive.
Yeah.
Because it's not now, at this point, it's not just about war. It's about, the things you love and the things that might happen and the potential of life. And I think what he's going to do is he's going to shoot. And I think he's literally going to, he's going to throw the gun after he shoots, and he's going to try to pull up one more gun he can find as he's jumping the bar. Like he's going to jump the bar. And this is like he's not, like we all look at Tango and he thinks of himself like Hollywood America, you know? And he's never actually been Hollywood America. Like he's never actually done anything smooth in his life. But at this point, he's going to shoot the gun, throw it, like things happen, and he's going to jump the counter. And when he jumps the counter, one fluid motion, he's going to find one more gun. And I think he's going to run up and with no question, like, so there is no question about it. He's going to point a gun at the temple of this dude's head, Crazy Pete. And he's just going to look at Crazy Pete straight in the eyes.
While this woman is screaming in the background.
Yeah. And he's not going to say anything. He's just going to look her straight in the eyes. And he's just going to close his own eyes. And he's going to smile. And he's going to shoot. And that's what he's going to do with the unlikely leader. But I'm going to actually rename that to Unlikely Father.
And the shot rings out in this huge
and I should
club.
Spin another group fate points. I forgot the group fate points go.
And it's this cavernous shot. He cannot soak those shifts because you get 6. And I would like to ask you, actually 7, I'd like to ask you, how do you take him out? It is your choice. I mean, if you wanted to, you could just say that he's not killed, that he's fine, just knocked unconscious. I mean, that could be your choice if that was how you'd like to take him out, but I feel like that's not the case. So I would like to know how it happens.
I'm going to tell you, this is going to be one of the most gruesome moments.
I'm ready.
Of his life. Because for the first time in a long time, forever, he's seeing a future, a stable future for himself. And then Crazy Pete comes in and was going to take it away from him. And so he saw red. You know, like you're in that point in your life where you just, not that you're not yourself, but you're the worst part of yourself.
Yeah.
And that's where Tango looks at him. And that's why he smiled. That's why he closed his eyes and smiled. And there's a bullet hole right in the forehead. Crazy Pete's dead. And Tango will never feel bad about that part, but he will never say anything about the aspect of that. I think that if there is a monologue, it's internal at this point, because slowly that body will crumble and fall. And as that body crumbles and falls, that's Tango looking at it and thinking, that's my old life. People like Crazy Pete, people like my associates, people that I've dealt with in the past, the shadowy back alley things I've done, the lies I've told. This is it. This is gone. This is done. There's a new future, and I'm fucking afraid, but I'm here for it. I need to live. So, fuck you, Crazy Pete.
And perhaps your consciousness sort of, you know, when you're in that sort of tunnel vision, right? It's just like tunnel vision, right? And as you sort of move back out, by the way, this is Tango's music box music that he once gave this music box to someone else.
I love it.
And maybe you're thinking about it in some other context at this moment, maybe for a kid.
Yeah, and then there's a Tango music box.
But as your consciousness sort of comes out of that tunnel moment of Crazy Pete's body on the floor of the club with a hole right in the center of his forehead, and his suit, which is so expensive. It's like a light tan suit, kind of like almost gold, just covered with blood. It occurs to you, there is someone screaming in this club.
Yeah. I'm gonna open my eyes, because at that point everything races back, right? Like that's when the sound comes back and is comes back. And I'm going to cock my head over to the cleaning lady.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine she's, the person who's going to clean the bar, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
And I say, shh, we're good.
And then you hear it on the steps. It's Duck and Colette, because they heard some gunfire. They're up at the top, and Duck just goes right back down the stairs. Colette sees this.
Yeah.
And she says, I suppose I have to make some phone calls.
Do you mind telling me what phone calls you're going to make?
I cannot have my cell with a body in it.
Could I make a phone call instead, and you can just save yourself the worry and go right to a nap or something?
If you have the resources, and then you may take care of this yourself.
He's going to blow the... He's always wanted to do this, like blow the smoke off the gun. And he's going to say, I have the resources. He's going to put the gun into the back of his belt.
She walks over and she looks at the body.
You need... Yeah.
She goes, Gestapo. And she just sort of frowns as she sees the body in the ground.
My existence. If I could kill every Gestapo that ever was a Gestapo, I would totally kill a Gestapo. All of them.
You and me both.
Yeah. Aren't Gestapo the worst?
No. Hitler's the worst.
He created them. You're right.
And she turns with her bruise to sort of go back down the stairs.
Hey. Get some rest. You're going to need it.
And she just sort of like smiles despite herself a little bit, because that was such a weird thing to say.
Did you get your croissant?
And she...
I got everyone a croissant. Also, Ducky, I got him a croissant. No one gets their croissants when I get them croissants. There's in the bag. There's 2 more croissants. Take one for you, one for Ducky. Don't eat Ducky's unless he's been harassing you, and then you can very much eat his croissant in front of him and tell him it was his croissant. All right. I'm going to clean this mess up. And I'm going to look over at the woman who's probably still very afraid. And I'm going to be like, welcome to your first day. As you can see, we like the party. This is a normal occurrence.
She's like...
If you're okay with that, then continue everything.
She just looks at you and she says, that woman said that he was Gestapo?
That guy? Yeah. And not just any Gestapo. Like garbage Gestapo. I mean, I guess, I don't know if you can carry to one in Gestapo. Like some of them are okay, I think. I know, you know what? We're not going to go there. I'm just saying that one tried to kill me. Do you know I'm going to be a dad?
Oh.
I'm really excited. No one's here to give me a hug, and you have to do this. I'm so sorry. You don't know me. My name is Tango. What's your name? Don't tell me. Give me a code name. Your name is Hugskis. Come here, Hugskis. And then he's going to give her a hug.
She takes it, and then she sort of pushes back. She looks at the Gestapo guy.
I don't know if you're taken or if that was a weird thing. Like if you
She spits on him.
Yeah, that guy. Spit him.
And she says,
spit on him.
I will tell you 2 things.
Yes.
1, I don't do those windows up there. And 2, I'm not taking care of this body. And she picks up her cleaning supplies.
I got something for this. Don't worry about it. When this happens, we usually lock the doors. You know the drill. Lock the doors, draw the blinds, and then I'm going to get on the phone. When I get on the phone, I'm going to call the cleaners.
And they will come. But at a cafe, bright, sunny, sort of noon, Sylvie is waiting for her date. And a little late, not too late, but about 3 to 5 minutes late, the prefect of police arrives at this cafe where you are. He has, two police officers with him. Everybody's very tense. People tend to be walking around right now without support. And he arrives, but he has them sort of not be close. He has them sort of farther away so they cannot hear the conversation, but just in case random communists come up and start shooting, right? So he sits with you and he goes, mademoiselle, it's a pleasure to see you. You asked to see me.
Yes, monsieur, it's a pleasure. I'm glad you could find time away.
It's a busy time. But yes. I assume if you called me here, it was important.
It seems you were busy last night, yes?
All of Paris was.
And yet, it seems that, from what I saw on my humble lookout, you and our forces were perhaps some of the lesser violent of the bunch.
Your young man, Luke Bard, who works for you.
Yes.
He, I'm pleased to say, has identified the killers who killed the old prefect. And if you could also, at some point in time, it would be willing to testify at a tribunal that I'm sure will be called shortly, most likely tomorrow, it would be appreciated.
Oh, what a relief.
He did a good job.
He's a good boy. Pardon. He has aged since he first started working with us. Pardon, my voice has still been on the mend.
Of course.
I'm curious, monsieur. What is your plan for the city? It's a big city. Many things going on, and yet I noticed that things have been a little different since you've taken over.
Well, I do my best, madame.
I've been impressed with your work.
And it's as if he's going to answer something, but he doesn't. It's like the follow-up would be, I have not been, but he doesn't say it, right? Like it's I've been obsessed with your work, I've been impressed with your work, and it's like that's what he's going to say, but he doesn't.
And also, I would like to, if I may, roll a little bit of, I want empathy on him. I want to see what he's...
Seems like you want to make a discover roll, I think.
I
Please do.
I would like to discover more about our friend, the chief of police.
Please do. Empathy would be it. Let me roll his...
I'm feeling very empathetic right now. Had a good conversation.
You may get one question.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and use one of my personal fate points.
Okay. To get
bring
two?
that up because she's a connector of humanity, and she's connecting with him right now.
Would you like one in a boost or two questions?
One in a boost, please.
Okay.
She has a feeling.
What is your question?
Her question: what is his stance? How does he feel about the roundups? Like, what's his vibe on this?
I will give you the answer, but give me how you're going to get this information. Tell me what you ask him.
Monsieur, I'm curious. You said you've taken over Drancy.
Oui. That is accurate.
I've been there once. It was... difficult.
It is overcrowded. It is... The conditions are not acceptable.
Indeed. You know, under old management, some might say, there were certain things happening in our city, people being rounded up, resources being taken, and things seemingly just at will. People being forced into small quarters, and the people starving on the streets, children.
Mademoiselle, such things are you are a nightclub singer, so you do not know the politics of the city so well.
I know a thing or two.
What you probably do not know is that while Drancy is technically under my command, or perhaps it's a little unclear exactly where I think it is not mine. There are some discussion about this. But although it seems as if these roundups are done by the Paris police, and it is because we are the ones that you see rounding up people, these are not French orders.
Well, I've had suspicion. After all, our future is at stake. Monsieur, I believe in you. And after you visited my apartment, I had time to sit and think. I believe we could help one another.
You and your German friend.
Well, there are more of us than you may think.
Your German Gestapo friends? Military intelligence?
I don't like to use labels. I'm more of a free-form sort.
Labels are important, considering who gives me my orders.
Well,
He's gonna make an empathy roll on you.
Oh, I'll allow it. She's gonna follow. Luckily for me, I don't have to follow the orders.
He has a question about you that he would like to know.
She'll allow it.
He rolls a 3 versus your 2. Will you allow him to ask a question about you?
She will allow it.
The question is this. Are you working for the Gestapo? Is this a trap?
She is. How, Trooper? Let me ask you this.
Yes, please.
How does he inquire about this question?
Mm-hmm. He says.
What is his method on finding this out?
Mm-hmm. He says this man of yours, your bodyguard, your.
He is security for the club.
Security. He seemed to imply a certain level of connection with the authorities here.
Monsieur, we stand on the same side, and that is the side of the future of Paris. And
whose future?
The future of our children.
Do you know I have 4 children? 2 are not mine, they're my stepdaughters. They're older. And I have 2 boys.
What are their names?
My boys are old enough to be conscripted.
How is that for you?
Mademoiselle, there are communists running through the streets, assassinating people. And this cannot stand.
Well, we could spend a lot of time fighting amongst ourselves, which is just what Others may want until we wipe ourselves out so where they can have our city. Or we can play the game a little differently.
Rapport. Mademoiselle, I don't know what you want from this conversation, which is weird because he arrived to come to this conversation specifically. But
he's into it, from what I can tell.
But,
Monsieur, I don't have any children of my own yet, but I will within the year.
Oh, congratulations.
And let me just say that I want to bring my future into a city that is brighter than having to worry about whether they want for food or whether or not they're going to be shot down in the streets.
Some things are outside of my control.
Perhaps, but the more we work together, the more we can find solutions, creative solutions, ones that perhaps, if creative enough, may look like you haven't had to do anything outside of your orders at all. Perhaps you just get a little information here and there.
What can you do? There's no point giving information to a nightclub singer if that is all you do.
Many people come through my club. I hear many things. I have ears everywhere. I know many things that go on, and perhaps from time to time I can share some of that information with you. Information is valuable.
But the more important question for me is, what can you do with any information that might come your way? Here. You're beating him by 2, you need 1 more to seal the deal.
Boom. She is always prepared, so she's prepared with an answer.
Roll the report. This is information that goes to people who have no resources is wasted.
Monsieur, believe me when I say, no one has more resources than a woman entrepreneur in Paris. I have been running my business for 10 years. And one does not do that without spinning many plates, wearing many hats, having their fingers invested in many different activities, as it were.
Give me your report. Let me roll mine then. Mademoiselle, I'll tell you 2 things. 1, no matter what this conversation is, I have a job to do and it must be done, or else I lose my job.
I respect your position, and I would rather have you in it than anyone else.
The second thing is, and there's this heaviness to him. I had a meeting this morning. People are angry about what happened yesterday. I am lucky to have found the culprits who killed the former prefect of police, and I hope that this will be enough. I hoped so. But I don't know what sort of friends you have. But in a few days, on the 20th of this month, if you have friends who are Jewish, then you may want them to not be at home. And I do not think I can keep it restricted only to non-French people.
I understand.
I think I can restrict it to only men, not women and children, but we shall see.
Monsieur, I do not envy your position. What I can do is I can spread the word.
It has to be very quiet. And I will tell you, I will find people and I will arrest them. But I hope I will not be able to arrest and he looks a little sick, 10,000 that they have required.
Understood. Well, and she in a very, because Sylvie knows how she comes across, in a very like respectful and platonic way. She'll like put her hand like on his sleeve and be like, I very much appreciate this, and then she'll take her hand back.
I don't know how many people you can hide, but I hope it is many. I have another meeting, I'm afraid. Mademoiselle.
We will do what we can.
Thank you. Your young man, he's doing a great service for Paris, for identifying those killers of his father. And so, Madame?
We all do what we must.
He stands up and he sort of squares himself and he turns to face his two police officers who have been sitting behind him and he goes, come, we have a meeting with the military command in France. And he goes with his soldiers to have a meeting with the people in charge because they are not happy. And some time will pass, a day or two, perhaps.
Do we manage to deliver the truck okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the cleaners come, and they pick up the body. And
She's going to try and get the word out as quietly and as vastly as possible about news for the 20th.
So let's talk about some actions that you all need to make. One, if you want to set up the rooftop bar, this is a challenge, and I'm going to need the following rolls.
Did I get the piece from the cleaners?
Which
for the
piece?
radio? Wasn't there a piece given to Jules?
Oh, he gave it to
Yes.
He
Yes.
gave me a piece
Yes.
for the box?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is going to take a couple of days, and I'm going to need the following roles. I'm going to need contacts, and each one of you can only make one. So choose who will make which role. Contacts, resources, artisan.
This is all under Bricktops?
No. Bricktops will have to make one. Bricktops will have to make propaganda.
No, we're having to decide amongst us who's making this set of roles.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, wait, so what are
Okay,
they?
wait. Yeah, what are all four of them?
They are contacts, resources, artisan, electronics, and then I need Bricktops to spend a resource to make a propaganda roll.
Okay, well, I'm going to make the electronics roll because that's the only one I got anything in, y'all. I'm calling that one.
The highest I have out of any of them is contacts.
That's
What
a
is your
3.
contacts at?
Good.
2. don't
Okay,
have
you're
anything
better
to
than me.
Okay.
I have resources at a 3, so I could do resources.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, snap. Well, my contacts came through for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Hey.
nice. I'm gonna just spend my last fate point, I think,
Mm-hmm.
here at the end to make that a 5 for
Girl.
us.
Oscar, that'll be you on Artisan to do a little bit of stage
It's an
crafting.
artiste.
Build some sets.
I'm on the stage. I'm not behind it. Oh no! Let's see what we got here. This is gonna be not good. Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible, everybody.
Okay. Do you want to do anything about that?
At least it wasn't horrific.
I mean, do we need sets?
And then I need propaganda from Bricktops. Is what I need.
Okay.
Who rolls that?
Danny Beal. And then, of course, spend one of your stress, your group stress.
I'll do it. I'll do propaganda.
Mhm.
Boom. Oh, sad
Alright.
day. It's not great.
Oh, we've got. Wait, what are we taking stress for?
Because it's an action. Bricktops is taking an action.
Oh, right.
This propaganda, is that to get the word out?
Yes, it is.
I would really like to have a better than mediocre for that.
You might want to spend a
Pretty
fate
bad
point.
roll. Yeah.
Because that's to get word out so that
Mhm.
10,000 people don't get rounded up.
Oh no, this is for the rooftop
that's for
cafe.
The cafe? Okay.
Mhm.
Never mind then. I feel more okay with that being where it is.
All right. So you are working as a group. It's a bit of a montage. Sylvie, you talk to everyone you know to let them know what's going on. You're able to sort of get people to help you sort of to work things out. It's actually
There's
really
flower pots being delivered,
Yeah, but-
and bottles. And...
But getting resources is actually hard, and Tango, with his criminal resources, is able to sort of like get the things you need, the materials you need to actually make this work. Regina, you take these materials and you're able to actually string up through a generator, right? Sort of like lights up on the rooftop, so you can actually do this in the evening, not just at.
Nice.
Yeah, you cannot yet do the whole
Fix
club.
the-
That's a bit more juice than you currently have for that huge space, but you've got this for both evening and night on the rooftop, and aesthetically it's not that pleasing at this moment. The artisan from Oscar is less of a Oscar's not really crew. He's more actor type, so he's not able to build a really good it's a little shabby.
I imagine in my mind it's actually not much of it's like those actor blocks.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Black.
Listen, who needs a stage? It's just
Right,
it's black
that's all
box.
we-
That's
black
what
box
Oscar
Stage of our minds, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Stage of our
just
minds.
acting blocks. Yeah.
You're when you open up, you're not getting a lot of people, which might be for the best at the moment. People are going to be coming sooner or later, like they'll be trickling in. It's a slow start, but you're getting people at your rooftop bar, which is now sort of set up. It's not pretty, it's not gorgeous yet, which is probably one of the reasons why you're not getting a lot of people coming in. But they are coming, and if there's one thing that it's just that it doesn't look great, and the word's not out yet. But you will get there. And I'm going to ask you if you actually want to take a role to do something about what's coming. Because you have two.
About what's coming for the
Mm-hmm.
20th?
Mhm.
Absolutely.
That'll be a faction action. What would you like to do?
Get the fucking word out. Spread our informational.
Yep, that's...
I mean, are they attempting to do something in specific? Because we could undermine them instead.
I mean, they're going to be they are coming through and rounding up people. They're picking people up and taking them away in mass.
Mm-hmm.
How can we undermine this action?
It depends. You can either undermine or propaganda, right? I can make a case for undermining by, there are a lot of different ways you can take this, right? Because basically they're going to go and arrest people. It's just that he's get people in hiding, right? As many people as you can.
Then can we roll it as an undermine by hiding folks versus
Yeah.
propaganda of telling them to get out?
Yeah.
Because then we have a higher chance.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's a combination of both hiding people and making them false documents? It's just any of the things that are going to
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
them getting
Yes.
swept away.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also always pull in a +1 from your subfaction now that you have one.
I think that sounds delightful.
Roll it.
I rolled last time and it was mediocre. So
Mm-hmm.
what else should I do it?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to roll.
Believe in the power of literally anyone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somebody, not me.
Okay.
Not
All
me.
right. All right. All right.
You
All
do
right.
it.
7 epic.
Okay.
Boom!
Whoa!
Okay. Did you add
And
your
we get
+1?
+1 for our subfaction.
8.
That's an 8.
Whoa.
So the police roll through and literally no one is to
The
be
streets
found.
are empty.
No,
Yeah.
no. People are going to be captured.
Yeah,
If they weren't, that would look real bad,
that's
Yeah.
right?
that's fair.
It
but-
would look
but
real bad.
But
That's
we
an
help, right?
that's an 8. That is actually legendary. Note that.
Legendary.
Note that.
Legendary.
So, as you're moving on, we're sort of moving through time, and we're going to sort of move forward as we sort of come to, it's like time moves forward, and you notice things are, there's, Luke has to go to this tribunal, and the next day, Sylvie as well, they try to find Charlie, who's not around, to identify the people. They are identified and taken away. On the next day, Colette leaves. She's looking better. She goes off back to her office. You have Germans moving forward on the east, capturing city after city as they move forward, closing in on Leningrad. On the 18th, the second in command, the Commandant of Paris, issues a directive wherein no soldier, even off duty, should be walking around Paris without a gun, and they should probably stay away from Montmartre because there's a lot of tension there. And 300 swing kids are arrested in Hamburg, and tension with the Zazus who are not talking to Luke anymore. And then on the 19th, in retaliation, there is an execution and of some people who were in the, I'm going to send this to you, some people who were in the protests. Nobody who shot anyone, but who were just members of the protests, and these red, on the 19th, these red placard signs from the actual military headquarters themselves, not even pretending to be from the French, say they just shot and killed 2 people, a Jew, Samuel Teltzelsman, and also a non-Jew, Henry Gauthiereau, for aiding and abetting the enemy by participating in a protest march. And those signs are everywhere, all over Paris. Right there on the 19th, also all over Paris are these posters of the French youth, the French popular youth. And people talk about how brave young Luc Bard was everywhere. And then the roundup happens. Trucks everywhere. The police, the gendarmerie, the military, holding back, letting the French police take it. They round up, they go through the neighborhoods. Hannah, of course, is in the bunker. Many people have hidden. You have your basement completely full of people. I imagine Tango might have used his... Oh, no.
No, I would not have hidden them in the basement. They would have been hidden in the catacombs. We've been scoping those for weeks. People are not hiding in our bunker. Mm-mm.
You have hidden huge numbers of people in the catacombs who are just not there when the police come to check on them. And what would have been historically about 5,000 people, 4 to 5,000 people rounded up, taken to concentration camps, ends up being only 1,500 people are rounded up instead. It's a much, much lower number than before. And then After that, the day after that, somebody from one of the communist cells shoots a Navy officer in the back of the head right at the metro stop. And then they round up some people and shoot them. And for the next couple of days, it's back and forth as communist youth assassinate German officers on the street. And they turn around and assassinate back. And there is just violence. One off here and there, one person there, and they capture 10. And it's clear that there's this tension that who knows where it will end, as the communists are not going to take it anymore, and the Germans are not going to let that go. And sometime right near the end of the month, near the end of the week, there is a performance. People are being shot back and forth. Conflicts are heavy, but people have been saved. And in this one moment, a small group of actors come together at Bricktops. Inside, I imagine, with the spotlights on batteries, to put together this performance of the Bertolt Brecht play, Fear and Misery of the Third Reich. And it's this group of actors that you had with you at the after party that became a massacre. And they've come together and they've got these extra scripts. You've been rehearsing a little bit, and they know that Oscar and Sylvia are ready to perform, but they don't have everyone. Some people got caught, some people didn't, and they need a few more parts. And Helene Weigel sort of turns to you two. Hannah, by the way, is there to watch. And they go, she says, all right. And she just hands you both scripts. Tango and Regina. And she says, you'll be the old woman, and you'll be the first essay man. Leave a performance.
Okay.
Tonight. You don't have much time. One night only. Good.
No,
Sylvie's
We're
gonna
not.
come up. Oh, this
We're not actors.
it's so
This isn't.
exciting.
And she starts
we were
working
putting on
sets.
stage together. This is a dream come true. Can you believe it?
Oh yeah, dream come true for both of us. This is the thing that we both always wanted, to be on stage together.
She's gonna come over and give Regina a hug. Oh, I'm so excited. I never thought you'd be on stage. I didn't know.
me neither.
She kind of pulls back and then has her on her shoulder and looks at her. You are going to be amazing. I cannot wait to act alongside you. This is going to be fantastic. And then she wanders off.
Regina, what are we doing? Should we shoot people? Shoot our way out? Is that what we do?
I don't feel like that is a good idea, given the
Okay.
circumstances.
I gotta tell you, I am real fucking nervous about this.
It's just reading
never-
words on a page. You can do this, yes?
Can you do this?
I can read words on a page.
Okay. Well, I can do it too if you can do it.
I can. I'm
Okay.
nervous. You're nervous.
You're the one who's
You're
nervous.
nervous.
Hannah's gonna be looking. Are you gonna be nervous with Hannah
No.
looking?
Hannah's in the audience,
No.
just waiting, sitting around because she's there early.
No.
No.
So
All
in
right.
the audience, are you gonna be nervous?
My girl's gonna be on stage with me. That's 10 times more nerve-wracking.
Oscar would walk by right about that moment.
Yeah.
Nothing here, Oscar. We're both just really confident about the thing that's about to happen. Because we're so cool.
We're just reading lines.
Like I said, just words on a page.
Yeah, that's what she said. Don't feed her with that. It's not just reading
It's
lines.
comforting. Thank you, Oscar.
Dude, you
So
wish to have
Sylvia's gonna
some-
come swinging back around. This is going to be the biggest moment of all of our lives. There's going to be all sorts of famous people watching us. There are people who are going to be here from all over Europe. Can you believe it? They are going to have their eyes on us.
Sylvie, please calm down. Please don't
She's
The
gone.
words you're saying, yeah, stop them right now. Just, ooh, I know you're excited. You know, I like it when you're excited. It's just, oh.
Oscar would take all that in and then look over at Regina and Tango and say, do you all need a pep talk or a confidence booster or something like that?
I've tried my entire life to stay unseen.
I think you might be wanting to roll to make an advantage here for them, perhaps, for your pep talk.
Can I? Yeah.
Yes, you can.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to roll. We want me to roll here. Perform.
No, we're
Perform.
we're gonna bomb on this stage.
That legendary success saved thousands and thousands of people. That is an advantage with 2 free invokes for advice from an actor.
So just lines off a page.
Find your light, face forward. Good luck.
No. So what Oscar would say is, he would say, these are the lines, we read them. The rest is bullshit. The rest is, you can be scared, you can be confident. It doesn't matter. It's just, you are there. It is a moment. And he would look over at Regina, like your photographs that you capture. It's a moment. It's there. You can see it. But this moment will be here, and then it will be gone. There's no picture. There's no remembering. There's no remembrance other than what you take from it. So take your picture. And for you, and he looks over at Tango, you sit behind this bar and carve sandwiches out of all sorts of shit. You put it all together with an artisan's hand and a light touch, and then you eat it. Your art is gone. Art is quick. Enjoy it. Embrace fear. Look at everyone in the audience. But remember it, for it will be gone.
Oscar,
And they're just lines.
It's
I
poetic.
never fear a sandwich.
I was going to picture everyone with their pants off.
Don't do that.
And that's when
Oscar would turn deadly serious. Don't ever do that.
and that's when Hannah shows up and she sort of gives you a kiss on the cheek. You will do very well. I'm very proud of you. Bonne chance. And she just sort of hands you a rose. And then she sort of nods at everyone. And she looks at Sylvie. She gives Sylvie a narrowed-eyed look.
Sylvie's back again.
Have you been drinking water, Sylvie?
Yes. I've been drinking lots of water. I haven't been drinking any booze. I haven't been drinking any coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna look at Regina and Oscar, and I'm imagining this will happen just like right before they're supposed to go on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're having a baby, and then
Oh.
And then the curtain starts. Places? Places?
Yeah.
Oscar.
I'm gonna look over at Regina and be like, I'm gonna be a dad. It's gonna really be weird.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't have time. There was so much resistance to do. I know you're my best friend. I should tell you these things. It's just
And the curtain
with that admission,
opens.
yeah, Oscar would think to himself as his heart starts to race by just the admission of all the complications and that could, and he would say to himself, "They're just lines."
And as the curtain opens, there you are on the stage of Bricktops, only being lit by, you have probably candles and like spots on batteries. I'm going to just roll an empathy, by the way, for Hannah, because maybe she can give you all a little bit of boost right there. Yes, she can. That's another 2 from her when she just sort of comes in to sort of, give you the kiss on the cheek and the flower and to sort of pat all of you on the shoulders. And the play itself is a collection of little scenes. There are 30 or so of them, and they're all very, very short, and they're just little vignettes of what it's like to live in the Third Reich. And Helene Weigel is there. Bertolt Brecht's wife, just done by Brecht, written by him. He is not there. She's there, and she is acting, and she's on the stage, and she's mesmerizing. And you have some other actors, some from Paris, including a woman who you think might be a good recruit for your cell. And there are some people from outside. There are people from Germany who are exiles who've come back to this moment in Paris, the city that they love, in order to say something. And in this moment, when like 1,500 people have been rounded up, which was a little bit less than the first roundup, and when people are so angry, they're so frustrated by the occupation and some escalation of violence, of back and forth is happening. In this moment, the entire Bricktops is full of people sitting for a moment to have art, political art that will sustain them in the time to come. And each scene goes by, 1, 2, 3, until finally it is the little scene that you will have been roped into being in. Charity begins at home. And there's a man who looks a little bit suspiciously like Joel Grey in Cabaret, but not enough, who has been working as your MC. And he sort of announces, because each of these scenes has a little bit of verse that announces it. And he comes out and he says, "With banners and loud drumming, the winter aid comes slumming into the humblest door. They've marched round and collected the crumbs the rich have rejected and brought them to the poor. Their hands, more used to beatings, now offer gifts and greetings. They conjure up a smile. Their charity soon crashes, their food all turns to ashes and chokes the uttered hyle." And it is an old woman's flat. And in this flat, there's an old woman and her daughter. And 2 SA men come in and deliver a parcel, which is like the first aid from the Winter Aid Organization, where they give you some food to sort of show that the Nazis care so much about you. And there is Regina, dressed as an old woman, and Sylvie, dressed as the daughter, and Tango and Oscar as the first and second SA man.
Here you are, Ma, a present from the Fuhrer.
So you can't say he's not looking after you properly.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Look, Erna, potatoes and woolen sweaters and apples.
And a letter from the Fuhrer with something in it. Go on, open it.
5 marks. What do you say to that, Erna?
Winter aid.
You must take an apple, young man, and you too, for bringing these things to me. I'll up those stairs, too. It's all I've got to offer you. And I'll take one myself.
She takes a bite at the apple, and they all eat apples, with the exception of the young woman.
Oh, go on, Erna. You take one too. Don't just stand there. That shows things aren't like your husband says.
What does he say then?
He doesn't say anything. The old lady's wandering.
Of course, it's just his way of talking, you know. I don't mean any harm, just the way they all talk. How prices have gone up a bit much lately. And she's got her account book and actually reckoned food had cost her 123 marks more this year than last. Didn't you, Erna? But of course, it's just because you're rearming, isn't it? What's the matter? I said something wrong?
Where do you keep your account books, young woman?
And who are you in the habit of showing it to?
It's at home. I don't show it to no one.
You can't object if she keeps accounts. How could you?
And if she goes about spreading alarm and despondency, did I say that right? Yeah, I did. And are we allowed to object then?
What's more, I don't remember her saying Heil Hitler all that loudly when we came in. Do you?
But she did say Heil Hitler. And I'll say the same. Heil Hitler.
Nice nest of Marxists we've stumbled on here, Albert. We'd better have a good look at these accounts. And he would stop for a second and look down at the script with the blood on it. Just you come along and show us where you live.
And then he grabs her by the arm.
But she's in her 3rd month. You can't. That's no way for you to behave. After bringing the parcel and taking the apples. Erna, she did say Heil Hitler. What am I to do? Do Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler.
And she begins to vomit up the apple as the daughter, who's 3 months pregnant, played by Sylvie, gets dragged off the stage by the 2 SA men, played by Tango and Oscar, leaving Regina, the good German, on the stage alone to finish the scene.
Heil Hitler.
And the curtains close and people move for the next set. I would like some performance roles from you all. Each and every one. Mm-hmm.
It was a little shaky for Tango. Just not gonna
I
lie.
mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
at least we got
Close.
Oscar up there holding down the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I'd like to fail that. Can I give that to someone else?
You can.
Okay.
Tell me how. And I need you, Tango. Oh, we got you. Remember, you have 4 free invokes right now.
I mean,
I'm
I'll
gonna
take
take
a
at
vote.
least. I was supposed to say I'm gonna take at least 1
Mm-hmm.
to make that a 2 at least, so it's not a terrible roll.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get a 1 out of it. So
Mhm.
Fair roll is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have
And-
any invokes.
No, there are 4 total
yeah.
that you all have. That you all can use.
Oh, that
that
everyone.
means Fox can use 1 as well.
Yep.
Yeah, you could take 1. Tango could take 2, and
I
Regina
will
could take 1.
take one.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So that'll make a 3 for Tango, a 3 for Sylvie, and a 2 for Regina.
And what are you going to do with that 4 of yours? As you...
He didn't hit his light right. He stepped down stage. He used his he hid himself as much as he knows how to on the stage. He not for self-preservation, but for the amplification of the others that are on the stage with him. Because this isn't his role.
Yeah.
This is Mel's
Mm.
role. This was Melchior's role. So that's who he gives his role to, was Melchior. When everyone else was reading their lines, he was moving his lips deliberately as they read the lines. He was playing a role on that stage, but it wasn't the second SA man, it was Mel.
Yeah.
And he let him get his last performance in.
Mm-hmm.
And with all those boosts, people are very moved. The whole evening is complicated with people sort of thinking about this moment. And it is something that nobody there will forget. And as we wind to the end of the season, each one of you has sort of an epilogue moment that you may choose. As this one performance gave people something different than what the other things they have. And let's start with Tango. Where do we find you? Oh, no. We have to start. I'm sorry. You have to go last, I'm afraid. Yeah, you have to go last.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you have to go last, I'm afraid. Sylvie, give me your moment where we end season 2.
Oh, no, I was afraid of this.
You should be afraid of why Tango's going last, but go on.
Oh no. Okay. I think an epilogue moment for Sylvie would be having a conversation with Charlie.
Hmm.
I think it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Also because she's got to have a conversation with her in person about, hey, by the way, not only am I involved with this person, we're going to be starting a family. So that's something that's going to be happening.
What do you mean? Like, seriously?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, though. I'm not being a babysitter much.
Charlie, you love babies.
Maybe I do.
You love babies. You love babies more than you love puppies. And I know that as a fact.
Well, I'm still not babysitting all the time, just only a little bit.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna. Huh?
And she comes and she gives you this huge hug. And it's like 25 seconds too long. But it's that hug that just says so much. And she says, well, I think he'll be a good dad if that helps. But I'm the uncle.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Charlie, listen. We've been through too much.
I know.
And you're what you said before. Last time I visited when you were making a drug deal that you didn't tell me about for I don't know, like 10 years or something like that. That's you can't do that again. That's unacceptable. Like, there are things that you don't keep from people, and that's one of them. But what you said about us getting old together, it just looks different. That's all.
Yeah, it does.
But we're all going to be together,
You think?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, that police chief fellow. The one you talked to? He, visited me the other day.
Did he?
He did.
Do I have to go punch him in the face? What'd he say?
Well, you weren't in the bar. You were late like you always are with Tango.
I've been throwing up all over the place.
No, it's fine. First,
in the bar. Who's going to clean that up? I'm not going to clean up my own vomit.
Well, we have it. Anyway, he said thank you, and he gave me something.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, I'm no longer wanted by them. So, he said that there must have been some kind of mistake in the. Clearly, I didn't look like the reports of the black woman with short hair wearing a men's work shirt in Paris, but so...
Dime a dozen. I'm telling you. Oh, that's great, Charlie. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
What a relief.
So you got friends in high places like you always do, and I'm gonna be here,
I love you, Charlie. I always will. You know that.
You know I love you too, right? Always.
Hey. We can't get rid of each other that easy.
Unless your Gestapo friend shoots me.
Unless you shoot him first, please just stop shooting each other. This is giving me stress.
Okay. You were really good in the show.
Thanks.
I should have known you were pregnant. You were playing a pregnant woman in the show.
What they say about these hormones, it's true. Do you know what I ate the other day?
No, tell me. And she's gonna sort of hook her arm in yours and sort of walk you down the street.
And just as they go, it's just gonna be it's gonna start off with her saying everything, and then she's gonna start listing just everything that she's eaten, as they're walking down the street.
Oscar, what's your epilogue for the season?
As Charlie and Sylvie walk down the street and the camera lets them go, they pass by a curio shop, and a moment later, as they round the corner, Oscar would come out and walk back towards the camera, and he would have a little parcel, like
Mm-hmm.
a small box that
Mhm.
has been bound with twine,
Mhm.
that he would quickly open as soon as he would get out of the shop. And as he opened it up, he would it, it, it's a jewelry case, and he would
Mhm.
open it, and popping up would be a little ballerina that would begin to turn, creating a bit of a sound not unlike a music box he's never heard.
Mm.
But as that would be going on, he would see himself with a child of 5 or 6,
Mm.
his own arm outstretched as he takes the pointed hands of the child above and indicates for them to spin, and the box would clatter to the ground
Mm.
as the tears would roll from his eyes, and he realizes for the first time he saw his life beyond this war.
And somewhere out by Lyon, Jeanette is walking through the vineyard, and she's humming a little out of tune St. Louis blues, and just wondering when she'll see you again. And then Regina.
I think Regina promptly leaves after the scene is done and heads back to the bunker. I don't think she stays. Something about saying those words over and over is difficult.
Hmm.
And she goes back and she finds her dad's journal.
You were followed, by the way.
Home?
Yes.
By who?
You would think it was Hannah, but she has a lot of her friends at this place, and she has a little bit of schmoozing to do.
Yeah.
You were followed by Luke.
Oh. Well, I mean, he lives here too, technically.
And he
So I can't really stop him.
sort of comes in and he sees you there with this.
I probably slide the book to the side or something.
What was that? He's a little bit more Luke-like, at this point in time.
It is my father's journal.
Oh.
I have not opened it.
Oh. And he sits down next to you, like side by side.
Yeah.
What's in it?
I do not know.
Oh.
His thoughts, I imagine, or his chemistry work or something.
Oh.
Rather impersonal, no doubt.
I was wondering if I could ask you something because we're engaged to be married. So I figured I should be able to ask you something.
Yes, that seems appropriate.
I imagine it didn't feel good when you killed him.
If you ask if there are things that I regret, the answer is yes.
You told me that your father was a bad man.
I did.
He did terrible things.
He did.
Mine too?
Different, but yes.
But I'm still sad sometimes.
They are still our blood, even if we did not choose them.
Is it okay for me to ask why you did it? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
That is a difficult answer, Luke. His daughter did not kill him. The spy, Regina Berger, did. His daughter, Regina Kraus, now she threw up in the bushes afterwards. Why I did it, that is a loaded answer. I did it because the Germans were leveraging his knowledge to make something called seraphim gas. It's used to kill people en masse.
I'm sorry you had to do that. I'm sorry you did not have an Oscar to save you.
Thank you, Luke, but I have never had anyone to save me.
Well, you have me.
Yes, well, you have to save yourself first.
I've been practicing. I'm better at shooting than I was.
I'm joking. You're doing very well.
I know I'm younger than you. Not that you're old. And
It's okay. I'm older.
And I know that you have all of your, the rest of the Bricktops, who I suppose are more your peers.
Sure.
But you helped me many times. And I just, Regina would say you just say what you're going to say. You don't. Anyway, if you need someone also to save you or anything like that, then I hope that you know that I'm your friend, and thank you for being my friend. And I just, if you don't know what's in your father's journal and you want to read it, I'll just sit over there and be here if you just want someone in the room. It's okay. I have all night.
Don't you have a girl?
No. Not
I
after.
don't mean her.
Ooh.
Paris is full of women.
Oui. But
she doesn't deserve you, Luke.
Ooh,
if she
Paris?
really cared to... No, Paris doesn't deserve any of us. No, Luke, I meant the girl. What was her name?
Nina.
Nina. Yes, Nina. I believe that if Nina really cared about you and really knew you, she would at least try to communicate with you about the events that happened the other night.
They killed her brother. Executed him.
I am sorry to hear that.
Not the French, the Germans.
If you would like to stay, you're welcome to. I'm going to start a new book. This one.
Well, then I will sit over on my barrel. I will just be here, and if you want to tell me anything, you can, until, your girlfriend comes home, and then I have to leave. But until she does, I'm just going to be here. Oh.
You know she's not my girlfriend, right?
And he just sort of looks doubtful at that. And he hands you a cigarette.
Oh, yeah, she definitely takes that cigarette. She kind of lights it up and stares at this book for a while. And I think we see her kind of crack open the cover.
And it's in your father's writing. So official and proper. And There's so many pages. This goes back so far. And you flip through and you see perhaps one thing that catches your eye about a secret program. Action T4 that they wanted him to be involved in, but he couldn't because he was doing other kinds of research where they were going to euthanize mentally ill and disabled people, including children, en masse. And they are doing it right now, but nobody knows. And your father wrote down everything.
My father, he was a good man, Luke, but a weak man. He was stuck.
Well, we all are, right?
I sure hope not. Lest we face the wrong end of a gun as he did.
And he just sort of comes back and he sits next to you and he kind of leans up next to you. He says, I'll just be here if you want.
He is long-winded. I must get it honest. This will be a long read.
He nods. Tango. You've heard things.
Yeah.
Sigmund is doing work in your name, of course, to set you all up, to have somewhere to be when all this is over. Where do we find you?
I imagine that everyone's still talking. There's a hustle and bustle about Bricktops after the performance, and everyone's gone off and done their things. Sylvie's walked out.
Regina's gone.
Regina's gone.
People are milling.
Yeah. And I think that Tango's going to go out the back alley, or the back door. He's going to pull out a cigarette. And maybe Sigmund's there.
No, he's not.
No. Okay.
Falstaff is there. And he brings out his lighter to light the cigarette for you.
A gentleman as always, Falstaff.
It was a beautiful performance, I have to say. Not much of a fan of these sort of more modern things. That Brecht was a bit of a Bolshevik, but it was a good performance, nonetheless.
It's a fun thing to do on a night, right? In general.
Yes.
Occupy your time, distractions from the world around us.
Tango, we have to have a talk.
I'm ready.
I did my best. You have to know this was not my call.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I argued against it. I said that someone else made a report, and it wasn't me. I don't know who it was.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
Let's get to the report then. The cigarette has a short life.
Someone made.
Tell me if I have a short life as well, Falstaff.
Well, someone made a report that it's much too dangerous for the entire cell to exist any longer. Someone recommended that all of you, be brought back to England. That Bricktop should be no more. That he was too dangerous.
All right, that was a recommendation, but what's happening?
Well, when a recommendation comes in, they do have to speak to me. It is
Okay.
my job to decide what the security is. The violence in the streets, the communists not helping. The compromised nature of the cell also is not helping. Many things are not helping. I did my best. Ophelia did her best. I know that Regina will not believe me, and she'll probably try to shoot me. She's that way sometimes, I think. I get that feeling about her.
I think you should just get to the point, because I'm sorry. I'm not normally like this.
No, I
it's
understand.
just you're going a long way around the moon somewhere, and I am having a great, kind of bad week, but also one of the greatest weeks of my life. So do me a favor, sit down here with me. And he's going to sit down.
And
like
in the mud, right in the back alley. And Falstaff looks at the back alley muck. And he's, after like a beat, he sits down.
Talk to me like you would a friend, because I could need it. I feel like I could need it right now.
I was able to keep the cell together. I was able to convince them, as Regina, who saved my life, convinced me that you're all much more useful in this way that you are, all the work that you've done. I made the case, and they accepted my judgment.
Okay.
At some cost to me, but it is done. There's one thing I could not convince them, however. You have been recalled back to London.
Have I?
You have.
Well,
they knew you were injured. I don't know who spoke to them, but they knew that you were very injured. They're going to send a plane, a Lysander, to take you back. I'm very sorry. This is not what I wanted.
I'm going back, huh?
You are.
I'm leaving here, and you're telling me to leave here. I'm not.
Come now, man. We don't really have choice in the matter. It's orders from Baker Street.
Do you have children?
Not anymore, no.
Yeah. I haven't had the chance to have them yet, and I want that.
Well, it's not a death sentence. If I were here to kill you, you'd all be dead.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying things are emotion, my friend. I am not leaving. I will escape into the shadows if I have to, but I'm not leaving.
You can't do that. Listen, my advice to you is...
Can't.
Listen
We're in
to
the
me.
middle of a war, and I am here fighting it just as much as anyone else, Falstaff, and you will not take me.
This is not from me. My recommendation is to be smart about this, man.
Then they need to come here and get me themselves. Not from a plane, but many planes with a lot of guns. And they can mow down these Nazis and we can be done with this shit. Because you know what? Until then, you tell them. And if you can't, you don't have the resources, I will figure it out and I will tell them myself somehow. But I'm going to be here. I'm going to fight for it.
Listen, old bean. My recommendation is that you go. And I will do my best.
Just put my hands up and leave.
Bring
because
you back.
I don't feel. Why? Because I got shot a few times? Why?
The situation with the communists is... There's a lot of violence in the streets. And...
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe somebody has to shoot them. And not just hide in the shadows, but actually come out, spray paint some things on the side of a wall and give some people hope. And I know that we don't agree with their philosophy politically, but we're all those bullets They should be going to the same place.
My good man, the only person they can recall is you. You're the only one who's official. You have to go. I have to take you, but I will work to get you back.
Falstaff.
Let's be reasonable
When
about
do I have
this.
to go?
Well,
When?
you have a bit of time. If I think about, it'll be the next full moon, which is in about a week.
I have a week. Huh?
You have a week.
Okay.
I'm so
A
sorry.
week. You know, a lot can happen in a week, Falstaff.
Indeed. Well, I just want you to be ready, because
I want you to know that a lot can happen in a week. Enough that maybe Tango doesn't make it. Falstaff.
it's my job to make sure you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to do your job, and I'm going to do mine.
He pulls out a flask. It's scotch, if you like it.
I like alcohol, Falstaff.
Well then, convenient. It's good. It's good. It's from home. And he takes a swig and he hands you the flask.
How long have you been here, Falstaff?
Me? Well, in Paris not that long. I've been here longer than that, but... Do you want to know something?
Sure.
Who was your father?
Who was my father?
Hmm?
My father was a man with a loose jaw and a heavy fist.
I'm sorry.
He didn't last long, thankfully.
My father is somewhat famous. You're an American, so I doubt you know him. He's important. Very important. My father is also an embarrassment in his own way. He was the ambassador to Germany for a time. Yeah, they talk about him behind his back. They call him the greatest appeaser, a kraut lover. We all have things we have to live down. We all have duties. We're all making up for things in our own way. Please, I'm going to tell you, don't make me kill you. That's not what I want. I just want you to go back to England, deal with whatever it is they want, and I will bring you back as if I can. And while you're gone, I'll keep this lot safe.
You'll keep them safe.
As much as I can.
Are you going to write me letters?
I
Are you
say,
going to let me know how my child's doing? Are you going to let me know how my best friend is doing? Are you going to let me know how Paris is doing? You're going to need to write me a lot, because it's a toxic trait of mine, but I require a lot of attention.
well,
So,
I suspect...
is that what you're going to do?
I suspect your friend Guildenstern will do that for you. She'll tell Ophelia, and Ophelia will tell you.
Okay, so I'm going to get a letter from a letter from a letter. I'm going to get a...
And I do have to say, they have been holding the letters from your mother for you up there, so at least you'll have to collect those when you get back.
I have letters from my mother there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. He's going to stand up.
You have a week. And he gets up. Still a little stiff.
Falstaff. Obviously, I just told you everything that's going on and why I don't want to leave, right?
I understand.
You get why I don't want to leave.
I do.
Is there anything that can be done to ensure a future?
I don't know.
In wartime, monetary value, anything Sylvie will ever need in her life.
Listen, it's hard.
Don't tell me it's hard. You tell me that it can fucking happen. And if you can't tell me it can happen, then one of us is going to disappear.
Listen,
Falstaff.
We have resources. Things can be taken care of.
I have resources. And I feel like more times than not, my resources come through more than yours.
It takes time, but we can do it.
Takes time for what?
We're in another country across an ocean, a channel. Things aren't fast.
Sure. And if they want me, they should come and get me.
I am coming
outside of one plane because it's going to take a fucking army to get me.
Don't
at this point, Falstaff.
Make me kill you, Tango.
Don't make me out of passion.
You have a week. Your mother's letters are waiting for you. He gets up. You have a week. I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. You're not under arrest. And he turns and he walks off into the night as people are still laughing inside.
Tango's gonna look at his cigarette, the last bit that's there. Just imagine I had a few as they were talking. He's gonna put it out in the mud. He's gonna put on his fake smile, stand up. He's gonna go back into the crowd.
And as you laugh, and people cheer you on, and it's convivial, and the evening sets in the city of light and shadow. And that is where we end season 2 of the show. We will go around, and I want to thank everybody here. I imagine future me is going to probably say that kind of a thing. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very much. But I would like our most amazing cast, who have been such troopers in both senses of the word, to introduce themselves. Tell us where we can find you. I will say that we are taking a pause. We will be back February for season 3 of City of Light and Shadow. We will have not solo episodes in season 3, but duo episodes with our teams hanging out together, getting some of their time on, and we will see what happens out of this moment. And I want to thank them for being amazing, and I want to thank whoever the winner is. Future me, knows. They've been amazing, and I'm really excited to see what they do from here. They've made big changes in the City of Light and Shadow, and let's start where we ended. Stiver. Reverse order. Who are you? Where can we find you? And give me your parting moment for season 2.
Oh my goodness. My name is James Stiver. Hi, everybody. You can find me all things social media at Holy Stiver. I do stuff mostly right now, just this stream, but I do other things too.
You do like podcasts?
I do some podcasting here and there.
Amazing podcasts.
I'm out in the nerdtainment sector.
Yeah.
So, wow. I got to say that this ending all the way around from every character perspective was just massive. I don't even know how to start, but I think the bomb was dropped for the baby. The baby bomb was dropped, and I just, yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. I know you and Rocket had that conversation beforehand.
Perhaps we did.
Ridiculous.
Perhaps we did.
Got that on a man like Tango.
Mm.
So that's, I would say that, but I think everyone all the way around had some very diverse issues going on with themselves and fighting a war alongside finding the relationships. And I think it felt like a big theme of season 2 was fighting your relationships alongside the war. And it was, no, it's just amazing season. And also I got to say, Greg, great having you on season 2, and it was amazing. You have been, and I've said this in private over in Discord, you are absolutely ridiculous and a masterclass in role playing. So it's been great to work beside you, man. So
now you guys kiss in reality. No.
That's COVID.
That's all the internet wants is us to kiss. It's fine.
Amazing. Let us go then to Dot, because I'm doing the
Backwards?
the epilogues backward.
Oh, okay. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I play games, I roll dice, I tell stories. I do it all over the place. The big things right now for me are I'm producing for Kobold Press, so you can come check me out over there. And I have a new podcast that's kicking up its second season called Stitch of Fate. We haven't heard back on the Audioverse Awards yet, but we were heavily nominated, which I guess is a plus. And podcast has been going well, so make sure to come check that out.
And your moment, end of season.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, y'all.
Your end of season reflection.
Okay, reflection's better than moment because I can't pick a moment.
Give me your reflection. That seems fairer.
I have so many reflections. I still think back on how like funny it was that this was supposed to be this kind of like nonchalant campaign. Everybody was supposed to be able to like come and go as they please. We're gonna have like in season 1, and then COVID happened. And one of the greatest things to happen in 2020 to me has been this game, like this first season and now a second season, and how unexpectedly needed like this story was for like me. But I think it's telling a really meaningful story in a time where it's really important.
Hard,
so
same, by the way.
you know
I
what I
don't mean to
mean?
interrupt you. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
this stream became one of the most important aspects of my life.
Yeah, and so unexpected in some ways. So anyways, I just have to say, sometimes you don't know what you need until you need it. And I didn't know I needed this until I needed it. And so here we are needing each other, y'all. And we'll be back for season 3.
Oh, yes. Which brings us in reverse order to Grimjack Greg. Who are you? Where can we find you, and give us your reflection?
Greg Grimjack. Can't find me online other than the Discord. I'll be over there. If anybody wants my version of what happened in the epilogues, go on Spotify and turn on Sleeping At Last's cover version of 99 Red Balloons.
Yeah.
And
it's one of my favorite covers.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I listened to it and then just hit repeat as everyone was doing their final parts. And it was absolutely amazing. This has been a really great, this is my last stream show. This is my last stream campaign, and I'll do it until it's over.
I'm just gonna keep it.
But to play with these people is a blessing that I can't articulate well enough. They're fantastic role players. You know that. They're fantastic people. I hope you know that. And they were brought together by one of the nicest, best friends I've made on the internet in Trooper. And it meant the world to me to be asked to be a part of this cast, which is amazing, and to help tell the story a little bit. And I don't have a favorite part of season 2. I have season 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And when Oscar said, there are moments and then they're gone, he was lying, because you always have them.
It's true.
But thank you.
And to the first one of our epilogues, Fox, who are you? Where can we find you, and your reflection for season 2?
Hang on. Screwing in the light bulb. Hello. I'm Rocket Fox. I'm here, there, everywhere.
You know Charlie's gonna be doing so much babysitting. You know that. Go on.
Making sure.
Oh, please. We all know Regina will be the best babysitter. Don't even.
No, that's probably true. That's probably true. I can't babysit Regina.
And listen, in reality, I will have everyone know that Rocket Fox has many, many pets that she takes care of completely by herself. So she's very responsible, okay?
It's true.
But yeah, no, I do stream stuff. I have a podcast as well. Not quite as notorious or renowned, but it's just a little thing telling stories about strange history and science. But I like it. It's fun. Yeah. God, reflection, moments, all of that. It's been my first sense is that it's been so much more intense. That took 3 very distinct breaks for me. That's how intense it's been.
Yeah.
It's been amazing though. And I think the thing that really, to kind of echo something that Dot had said, the story itself being very timely and being very important. One of the things, and I'm gonna actually dip back into a season 1 thing. One of the things that stuck with me after my solo episode in season 1, after Sylvie went and saw Dimitri in Drancy and him in a bad way, and everybody being like in this. It's not really a concentration camp, but it's a bad place.
Yeah, it's a what is it? Apartment buildings that were supposed to house 700 people, housing like a couple thousand, right?
Yeah, it's not great. And the thing too, and the thing that I really thought about also in terms of having done the, as mentioned at the beginning of this episode, the exercise that we did, our characters versus ourselves, and kind of the differences and the separation and such. One thing I really noticed, and it's been true for me after every episode, especially during season 2, just because it has been more intense, there has been so much more going on, that all of our characters, everyone has brought so much life and so much vibrance and so much authenticity and vulnerability into these people, right? And I love all of them. I love Regina, I love Tango, I love Oscar, I love Sylvie, and the thing that really stuck to me, because after season 1 Sylvie's solo episode, like, may have had to have some emotional space for like 3 days after that, because
it was intense.
While Sylvie the character may not be a real person, while Dimitri may not be a real person, there were Sylvies, there were Dimitris.
Yes.
Like, these people were real. These people existed. These people went through this, and that's one of the things I've really appreciated about this particular campaign. And same as when we did Night Witches and such, like it brings so much more life to these very real experiences and very harrowing stories that people have gone through, and that we would be very remiss to forget, especially in the time that we're going through, especially during what we're seeing happening around us,
Remember, fascism's a problem, right? And it creeps up on you. Don't let it creep up on you.
When you least expect it, and playing something like this where you're actually getting invested in these characters, but representations of actual people, like, and being able to remember, what these life experiences were like, and what it was like to be, you know, and that's just playing after a few hours of being in this space, you know, that's not actually having to go through this. So, I mean, I think that's been one big thing that I've personally taken away is just, you know, experiencing that, having the opportunity to share that with an audience, and then also taking that into life beyond this and being like, all right, like if that were to happen fucking tomorrow, like which of these people are in this series would you be? You know, I mean, like what would you do? So that's kind of my reflection. And it's kind of a whole umbrella reflection, but it's been much more with me just after season 2 because it has gotten into a lot more of intense spaces. So
yeah, I will say when you made that legendary roll to undermine the roundup, I did not roll a defense because the police were not rolling a defense. They were like, ooh.
Oh no, people are missing. That's a shame.
No.
Also, girl, that roll.
Oh.
Hey
Unexpected. I'm glad. I'm glad I did that. Yep.
And I'm troopersjp. You can find me. Well, I don't know where you can find me right now. You can find me here. I think most of my shows are sort of ending at the moment. I will be doing something in the interim between now and we start up in February. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do some Cthulhu Confidential. I'll let you all know. Maybe some other stuff.
Trooper and I have plans too.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, our plans are so good. Sorry. We've got plans, and they're so good. I'm not going to say anything other than they're really good, and you'll die. Don't like literally die because that's awkward, but you're going to die. This has been this was a risk. Right? This was a risk because I was like, hey, Greg, would you like to play a double agent who is out to get the team? You might die halfway through the season and I'll have to bring in a replacement, but would you? And Greg was like, yes. And I got to sort of be here and watch how all these... I mean, I don't know. Have you been like... Tango season 1, episode 1 is not Tango season 2, episode 16. Regina... Episode 1, season 1 is not the same Regina from episode 2, season 2, episode 16. The same thing with Sylvia and this huge growth, this amazing growth that Oscar has gone through. I mean, I, as a GM and as just a fan of you all, I'm like, I just want to know more now. Like, I want to know more about Oscar's life. I want to know more about Regina, and I want to know what. By the way, I'm writing her dad's diary. Like, I've already have entries, and it's on old paper, and it'll be on the website. It'll be on the campaign site. You'll be able to see it. But I'm working on her dad's diary, and these things will be there for you all. And I am so honored to have players who are here, who are present, who have committed to this emotionally and intellectually, and who bring it every single time. And you know, there's a reason why I didn't start running this game until now, when I first wanted to run it in 1988. 1988 was like, I want to run this game, and I didn't. For, you know, almost 40 years I waited to run this. Well, that can't be true. 30, right?
30.
Yes, 30 years. I waited 30 years to run this game because...
No, that's correct.
That's correct, 30 years, right?
It's 2020. If you wanted to do it in the 80s, it could be anywhere between 30 to 40 years.
No, 88. So 30,
oh, okay. So, yeah, okay.
32 years. I waited 32 years to run this game, and I have been gathering materials, like books about what everybody's, like, what ID cards look like in occupied France. I've got so much stuff that I've been gathering for decades to run this show, and I never ran it. And the question somebody might ask is why? And the answer is this. I didn't have the cast. I didn't have the players. I knew if I were going to run this thing that meant so much to me, that was inspired by these brilliant women who were in the French Resistance, who were so brave and who had been captured and tortured and gave nothing away, these people who... in all the resistance movements, not just France, but also, you know, Poland, Finland, the kinds of work that people did, I knew that if I were going to run this show, I needed people, the right players, and I didn't have them until this year. And when I met each one of you, I knew that I could actually run this show finally after a little over 3 decades, because I finally had the people who would respect it and who would be interested and who would be amazing. And that is true. And that is true. And so thank you for being the players that I have waited 30 years for. That is what I will say.
Well, thank you. It is such a huge, tremendous honor.
Hey, season
True.
3. Season 3's got new stuff coming. We're going to get duo episodes. We're going to have to deal with some things, including...
A few things, yeah.
A few things, including what happens in December of 1941.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all, the U.S. is getting into the war.
I was about to say they're going to get involved.
They
This is when
are.
everything starts to really ramp
Yep.
up,
Mhm.
and they begin to. Well, and we've got German popsicles freezing in Russia. Good luck with that.
Because
It's
it's
the rest of 41. They freeze to death.
Yes, they do.
Russia's like, you want to come invade? You're gonna have to make it through the snow.
We'll wait here. Just come on
Yeah,
through.
you make it through the snow. We're gonna wait over here and let you freeze and starve to death.
Yeah. So we're gonna go offline. I'm gonna turn it over to the future me, and then this crew and I are gonna have a brief talk about how far forward they want to skip, because we've got a time skip for season 3, and now it's up to them. So everyone, thank you very much. You all have been amazing. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the Brecht, which was written at the time and premiered in Paris, and one of these exile pieces. And if you can find the whole play, I recommend it. It is tremendous. And thank you, everyone. Be kind to each other, and remember, every single one of these resistance people, in whichever country they were in, they were regular people. Everyday people who just stood up against things they thought were wrong. And they had lots of debates about how to do it. And sometimes what they did was they made zines, or sometimes they made art. Sometimes they just observed things and took notes. Sometimes they stood up and they said something on the street. And we can all do that.
Yep. I had a friend tell me one time, wars are perpetuated by soldiers and won by people.
Yeah. So be a person. And I'm going to turn it over to the future me to take us out. Thanks, future me.
Bye.
Over to you. Bye, everybody.
Bye, future.
It's me, future me. Present me. Yeah, Twitch is, I'm just going to give us the wrap up real fast. Hey, everyone. Thank you for being here for the season finale of City of Light and Shadow Season 2. I want you to know that I have both a local copy and then the Twitch copy, and the local copy will be what I upload to YouTube. So we'll make sure that everything will be fine. Current me says Courier is very emotional. Future me will have better words. I want to thank everybody here for being part of this journey. It means a lot. I was really happy to be able to introduce such interesting people who existed in real life, but also to have the amazing stories of these characters and how they have progressed over time. And I think there's actually quite a lot of latency, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. And I want to thank everybody who's been here, who supported us. This show would not be able to take place without you at all. And I'm really excited for season 3. I wouldn't announce it, but all the cast is on board, so we're going to show up and be here. And I don't know, but I'm thinking maybe the title for season 3 might be Family. And I think that might be the title for season 3. We will see. That's my current suspicion. And I cannot wait to see what will happen next season. I can't wait to find out how many months forward we're going to fast forward. The cast will decide how far. How many months? How many months will we fast forward? Those things have consequences, and we'll find out what happened. So I want to thank everybody who, we had some donations that came in, and I want to give love to Galfork, who donated 100 bits, who said, here's to another glorious season, to Void Smoker, our amazing fan artist who donated $50, who said, "Thanks for a fantastic season. I really hope to see everyone back next year." And the answer is yes. Our amazing mod Rissa gave us 1,000 bits, who said, "Amazing season." Scabbynack gave us 300 and said, "Fantastic job, everybody." And it was great. Coldrick says, this season was such a leap above season 1, plus amazing storyline, cast dynamics, chemistry jamming. Yeah. When season 2 started, I wondered, how is it going to top season 1? And I would say, for me, because I tend to run in a sandbox sort of a way, where what I'm doing is character driven and sort of really built on the players. It's about the players' work themselves. That the longer we go, the more rich it becomes, because it becomes a way to sort of build off of everything that has happened. And things have, like, Charlotte Dubois, Sylvie's nemesis, who wants the bar for her own, is still there, and she's been seated, and she will not go away. She'll be there in season 3. You know it. Whether or not Tango's going to continue on with crime, and Sigmund, he is still there. How are they going to deal with, these conflicting tensions where they need to, they're still working with Colette and military intelligence. Tristan Hossel is still there. And yeah, he's still there. There are things that are happening. And Popeworth's like, Siggy is a problem. Oh, seeing JF back was so good. And Rissa, neither Crazy Pete nor Pierre Lafont is the head of the French Gestapo. They're there. You still have to deal with Pierre Bonny, who is the corrupt police officer who's currently now in charge. There's a lot going on there. And we will see what happens. But none of this would happen without all of your presence. You're being here, you're telling friends about it, you're retweeting, your support with Tips, Bits, Patreon, and then just being part of everyone who's on YouTube. Chatting with us, being part of us, sort of being here makes a big, huge difference. And I am excited to chat with you all. I'm excited for you to see the website when I finish it. I'm excited for you to see. I'm just excited. I'm just excited all around, and I know there's going to be some goodness. So I want to thank you. Next Friday, I'm going to take off, and then we're in January, I believe, at that point in time, and I'm going to run something on this channel for January, and I'm thinking going to be Cthulhu Confidential, but we'll see. Scheduling is always a thing, but it will happen. You can find me tomorrow at 2 p.m. for a State of Affairs over at Table Story, where I get to play Cuthbert Ashby, and so take care of yourselves, everybody. You all are wonderful, and thank you for being with me in a game that most people would say would never be interesting, because who cares about history? Everybody cares about, I don't know, elves and magic, which are also cool, but thank you for being part of this. Also, by the way, City of Cats on Wednesday. You know what? You're the best. And so, with that, I'm going to take us to credits so that you can see our patrons and our cast and everybody who's important. And so, with that, take care of yourselves, and we'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when.